Because we might as well be the talkative type. Ooh. Hold on a second. Looks like the audio is screwed up on this one too. Right now it's not capturing just your audio. That, however, should be pretty easy to fix, I think. If I should just be able to pop that. No, maybe not. Well, what is our... there's the problem. Need to pick the right... That one? Maybe not. Okay. Really quick, say something in just chat room. Tell us if you're hearing Corbin. So he says. Oh, I see why. Okay. Alright, we're gonna change to this. Hopefully this doesn't break stuff. Okay, now I don't hear you. Oh, but I know why. That one's an easy fix. Okay, now I should hear you. Yep, we're golden, I think. Okay. Wait, what? They're saying they don't hear you. I'm actually now seeing you on... Is this a volume issue? Okay. I can cheat by doing this. I think. No? Okay, that's correct. That should be correct. Why is... Okay, why on earth is this being dumb? Actually, I know why something broke this morning, but it shouldn't have affected this. Okay. Oh, but I should be able to do... How about that? Corbin? Okay, now OBS is definitely not hearing you. I hear you. Okay, when I put you on that output, it says it hears you. How do I... Oh, I think I know how to fix that. Yeah, I think you're just coming across really quiet, and that's the problem. How... Okay. Well, that would be bad, yeah. Okay. If I turn that down, turn that up.
This is just an inflammation thing, so I hope I don't get overdosed from it.
Okay, and I think if I mute that source, there shouldn't be an echo. So, do people hear him now? Okay. So people hear...
Oh.
Yep, we're good.
Okay. Woo!
Okay.
We did it.
I know what was wrong.
Yep.
So, sort of. A hack that I put into place was broken. And it's... I don't know why it broke. And actually what's funny is the hack I put in is still working. It's the original hack that I based my hack off of that broke. I don't know why that is, and it worries me. But at the same time, it makes me feel okay because it's really easy for me to do my hack again. So we'll
You
see.
make it look so easy. This doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I did get a good laugh out of a couple of days ago when I was playing Fallout 76 with Jules and Zach, and I just get a ping from Kirby Mermaid in your server. This is, why are you playing Fallout 76?
I mean, it's a
I'm
fair
like
question.
well, yeah, yeah. Is it bad? I was kind of liking it, but I've only played for a couple hours, so maybe the bad hasn't seeped in yet.
I mean, I've only ever heard bad things about it.
Yeah, it was bad. It was like, no question, it was real bad. It was a stinker when it came out. Uh, but they've been trying to fix it. I think it's kind of working. It's still far from excellent, but uh, you know, it's it's a little fun. Maybe just because I like Fallout. I'm a little bit of I can forgive some stuff if I get more Fallout. Um, Austin said, I'm in Corbin's neck of the woods right now. I'm working in Atlanta for the next week and a half as a result of one of those super trouble situations. Ah, welcome. You will get you get to experience our cold winters that aren't cold enough for snow, but still enough to make you uncomfortable winters. That's great.
Beast Slidem, is that robot voice like from his microphone, like the type of microphone, or is it? Do you think it's robot voice like weird artifacting issues? Because I can kind of hear it from the microphone, like it's just, it's a headset microphone.
It's my Logitech something or other that I've had a replacement headset on my tracking list for like a year now, and it does not go on sale.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's weird how the
maybe
products we always want never do.
maybe Black Friday. Let me see. I forgot what I was waiting for to go on sale. Um, what was it? Tracking. I want a. Oh yeah, and like everything I want just never drops. Like I keep waiting for Microsoft's like that Arc mouse they have that like folds flat to go on sale because I like the idea of keeping that in the bag. But of course, I'm not going anywhere now, so I'm not in a rush to buy it.
I have an original one of those.
Yeah.
I assume there's more than one generation now, but
Yeah, I think they've updated it a couple times, but yeah, that's also like the one thing I went into like that Office Max or no, I'm sorry, Office Depot that was closing close to my house. And I was like, "Oh, I know they sell my shit there. I wonder if they got." No, it was all gone. Uh, Also, Corbin, I've been meaning to tell you that I really like the Wii shopping channel music Chrome extension. I'm glad. I uh, I keep meaning to update it because someone added uh I forget, someone submitted a code pull request that adds, I think it fixes some of the detects, maybe adds a volume slider. I can't remember, but yeah, no. When I get time, uh, I will make more real updates. That I actually had to turn it off for me because I opened Amazon like 50 times a page and it kind of like scares me a little bit. Um, and also I usually have music playing while I'm working, so it interferes. But it is still fun. Actually, I want to let me look at the Chrome Web Store. See see how many people have installed that. I don't have like detailed extensions on it because I made it as a joke. But let's see. We Shop Channel Music. It has 220 active users on Chrome. Not bad, and five stars. That's great. My joke project has a higher rating than my actual projects. Okay, that's fine.
isn't I mean, come on.
I'm
Those are the
modest.
times we live in.
Well, it's just like writing, right? Like I spend like hours and hours with these detailed reviews that get few views in the grand scheme of things, and then you write like one like little joke post and it gets on Google Feed for 3 days straight.
Yep. Oh no, believe me, I remember. I Google Plus was the worst for this. I mean, obviously any social network would be, but there was I would post these like extra teardowns and stuff like that on there. Hardly any reaction. Then if I post some, oh no, mute. Um, and then if I posted just something dumb on there, like the I think this was the post that actually got the most attention ever. I I took a slap at Samsung because they posted an ad to my notifications. And this was back when that was unthinkable. No company would ever post ads, especially like a credible company. And yep, moment I got an ad, I posted that to Google Plus, and that holy crap, that post blew up. And of course, there were people in there going, "Oh my God, you're lying. You couldn't have gotten an ad." And it's like, dude, like check Reddit. Tons of people got this.
Hmm.
I did not make this up. But it happens.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't have I'm supposed to get something interesting in the mail today, but I only saw this morning that it was going to come to my house and it wanted a signature, and my doorbell is broken right now, so I almost certainly would have missed that. So I had it redirected, but it hasn't showed up at the redirected place yet.
Hmm.
But anyway, that's embargoed anyway, so like I wouldn't be able to show it. But I don't have any. Oh, I still have shoot, where is it? Um, somewhere. Oh, yeah. I have the new Fire Stick I still need to write a review of. This keeps getting pushed to the side. Literally, it's being pushed to the side on my desk because there's a lot happening right now.
Now I know the feeling. Though with with the review that I just posted like 2 hours ago ish, 2.5, whatever, which also is doing terrible views. Um, Count me shocked. Um, though I did title it with the idea that it would do better once the world started getting back to normal. But we'll see. Um, but yeah, with that out of the way, it should now be pretty rapid. Like at least once a week, I'll be posting a review for the next few weeks, if not
Mm.
maybe 2 reviews per week. Hopefully.
Yeah, I wanted to get the Fire TV done this week because like realistically, like it's not like I've used these before, so it's not like a learning gap. Um, but it requires time, and I was gonna do a little bit of it yesterday, and then like the Android Police Toolbox extension broke because Google updated their website. So I fixed that. Um, and then other stuff cropped up. So yeah, you know, priority management is hard. They don't teach you this in school. They just teach you what like a triangle is.
Well, you know, I mean, it is important to know an isosceles triangle. It's a
I guess.
fact.
Austin said I just got a public safety alert about wearing masks from Maryland, and I'm in Georgia. Well, please wear a mask here too. Uh,
Yeah.
de- there are a lot of people here not doing that for some reason.
Oh, that's true everywhere.
I just really want. I might just go find like a park or something and work there for a while. I really miss being able to take my laptop somewhere and work for a couple hours. But I would always go to like coffee shops and stuff with people, and I'm not doing that now.
I mean, at this stage, I'm jealous that that's even really an option for you. If I were to go outside right now, it would be. I mean, it's pretty cold. Um,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I was, yeah, that's what it's like. I'll just be mildly cold for a little while
yeah, it's
if I do
46 around here, so you know,
that. Yeah.
46 plus. It's been raining all day. So yeah, me like my going outside for ironically like every review I'm working on is an outside thing. So
Yeah.
I'm I have to kind of wait for the weather to suck less and then rush out there, get as much stuff done as I can, and then come back in, try to work and work with what I've got. Which is why there's absolutely no video samples that went with a review that is about a thing that is mostly for capturing video. That's awesome. But hey, it happens. Let's see. B Slidem is decidedly anti-mask. Um, and hey, Justin, it is apparently 46 there as well, though I don't know where there is.
Earth.
Valid point.
Just Earth.
And Austin is in Georgia for an emergency CDC meeting, which was you were the third backup and were only put on because you had to be on another committee, but 2020 happened, now stuck in Georgia for Thanksgiving. That's fun.
Mm. I mean, there are worse places to be stuck in for Thanksgiving,
Oh yeah, you could be in
Yeah.
what, Kentucky
Yeah.
or Alaska.
Um, yeah, I mean, Georgia, it's still pretty kind of outside. Well, right now it's rainy and gross, but it's been pretty the past couple weeks with all the leaves changing.
Plus, on any given day, you might be in the same state with at least one Avenger.
Yeah, that's true. We have the best green screens in the country.
You do.
Yeah.
Somebody put
Uh,
up walls and screens.
there's some cool stuff in Atlanta. There's like, we have the big ass aquarium. That's always kind of fun. There's I don't know if it's still there. It was there a couple of years ago, but there's like a Jim Henson museum with a bunch
Oh,
of stuff from his movies and the stuff he's worked on. That's cool.
okay.
So a lot
Not
of cool.
bad.
Also, yeah. Also, World of Coke. If you like Coke, I guess that might be neat. I don't know. Never been
There's
there. I was close to going there because it's like across the Olympic Park from the aquarium, but I took my friend to the aquarium when he had a layover at our airport, and there was not enough time to also fit in the Coke. So shame. W for another day. Post COVID.
yes. And I just muted my Slack notifications so there won't be any more of those.
Yeah, I was here 7 years ago. I like Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta. I admittedly I don't like being in Atlanta just because the roads freak me out. Um, because like it feels like every road is about like 15 lanes, and I'm on the verge of death every time I want to change lanes. But you know, besides that, it's neat.
That's one of the things I actually loved the first time that I visited Texas. Um, I
Mhm.
went in to visit a friend of mine, and driving through the big cities, I didn't even know what I was driving into at first. I didn't realize that I was gonna get onto a freeway, and like you get over one lane and you think, okay, I'm out of the way of people coming on and going off. And then you realize, oh, there's more lanes. Holy crap, I can just keep going
Yeah.
left. Like
Yeah.
I could just
And then
keep
and then and then you eventually get into like the leftmost lane where you're going like 200 miles an hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now compare that to literally anywhere in Oregon. Oregon has at most two lanes going in a particular direction. You get
Mhm.
4-lane roads. That's it. They don't do more. I mean, there are spots where you get more, like in cities where they
Yeah.
have the spaghetti bowls. Like then you get up to however many lanes, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's
I don't
not the
know.
same.
I don't know how people navigated those without before Google Maps. That's kind of incredible to me.
Uh honestly, you know, I mean, I do remember it. Not even kidding, you okay, there's an honest answer to this and there's the optimistic answer to this. The optimistic answer is You look at MapQuest, plan really,
Yeah.
really carefully. These are the
Yeah.
signs you have to look for, and you just look for those signs. And honestly, that wasn't that hard. It wasn't that bad. Now, the honest answer, you took the wrong way a few times, and then you just
Yeah.
got back. You flip around, and within a couple minutes, you're back into whatever spaghetti bowl, and then you try again.
Yeah.
It's like throwing
Well,
darts. Eventually, you'll
I
hit the bullseye.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I go through that every time I'm driving in like a city I haven't been in before, where it's like it's just a constant game of try to guess where the turning lane starts. Oh, you were too late, Corbin. Now you gotta go turn left again or do a U-turn 5 miles down the road. But
Um,
I like Austin's. You gotta say Jesus, take the wheel and change all 8 lanes at once. Yes, and if you're driving through Atlanta, you do that without turn signals. That's how it's done.
okay, now just even hearing that immediately brings to mind a very real place in Florida. Uh, a buddy of mine worked in Miami, but lived, I think it was in Fort Lauderdale. I don't know. It was near enough. Anyway, there's this really busy, uh, really busy freeway, and the on ramp to get on there from Miami, and the off ramp to get over to his exit for Fort Lauderdale were, I couldn't even tell you how far apart, but it was not far enough. You get on one side, you had to get off on the other side. You had to cross something like 6 lanes of traffic, and you had, I would guess, not much more than about a football field's distance to find a way to make this happen. It was dumb.
Yeah,
It was the
yeah.
dumbest thing.
There's something kind of like that close to where I live. There's a an on ramp for a highway that I have to get on, basically when I'm going anywhere. And right as you get on the on ramp and you're on the like when the ramp stops and you're like officially on the highway, you get like 30 seconds to change lanes before like the lane you're in becomes the off ramp for the next exit. And like I've seen a lot of people play chicken there because like the people on the other lanes don't want to let them through because they're going like 30 miles an hour because they just got on it. So that's always fun.
Yeah. Oh, our country was designed by geniuses, I swear.
Yeah. If only we had some kind of transportation system that maybe ran on rails or something, or use big tubes.
Or even barring that, maybe self driving cars that would acknowledge, hey, maybe we should let people buy once in a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I'd love still, now that I have a functional car, can't wait to drive somewhere when I
someday.
can drive place. Yeah, someday. It will happen someday. I don't know. I might get antsy and see my friend in Ohio again. I, when cases get less bad, because I don't have to hop on a plane for that. And also, we just like last time I went there, we just hung at his place and watched almost the entire first season of Community. So we'll probably just do something like that again.
Yeah, and also the most worthwhile season of Community by far.
Scheduled for delivery today. Signature at address required. I thought I redirected this. Oh God,
You
FedEx.
failed. Though it's
Yeah, yeah.
5:15 for you now.
It still says delivery option requested. So I guess are they just gonna ignore me? Do I have to?
It's possible it was already on the truck and they're just going to try.
Yeah, they're probably just gonna be like, oh, I didn't see it. Okay, well, I guess I need to listen for my dogs to go insane and put on shoes.
And Austin, believe me, I no one could be more with you on this than me. FedEx is the devil. That
Yeah.
being said, FedEx contacted me after the last tweet that I sent that straight up called out the fact that their driver broke the law by putting a package in my mailbox. So
Mm.
that happened.
Yeah, I that'd be bad if you ignored that. Yeah, no, I hate. Well, I have less of a problem with FedEx now than I did a couple years ago because at my old house they like failed to deliver constantly. Here they're kind of okay, and I like that they have a pickup option that's like a 5 minute drive for me. Um, but I don't like how every time I go in their store, the employees are not wearing masks. That's a little depressing.
Yeah, the last time I went to a FedEx, well, the only time since COVID that I've gone to a FedEx,
Yeah,
I I walked in, the person working the counter. It was a small office, like really tiny.
yeah.
There was one person working the counter. I think there was only space for maybe two. Uh, but that person was wearing a mask. And then in through the front door, in a again really tiny waiting space, in through the front door walks a delivery guy, no mask. Every person walking around behind has no mask. There's
Yeah.
I think I saw one person walking with a mask hanging around their neck. Other than that, like nobody. And it's like
It's not
awesome.
doing much there.
Awesome guys. You're actually if anything it's collecting virus so that someone can then
Yeah,
plant it over their nose and catch.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like
So,
good
so yeah,
job. You
I
guys are
complained.
special.
Yeah, so I complained to them on Twitter. I sent them like the store number, but I guess nothing happened because I went in there a couple weeks later and the same dude was in there and still was not doing anything. I'm like, okay. And then I was like, yeah. So anyway, that's fun. Um, Austin said, how long is the drive from Ohio to Georgia? I think I looked at it on maps and it would take me like 11 hours to get to where he lives. Um, so it would be a little bit of an adventure, but not getting on a plane anytime soon. I did a plane trip in, I guess it was August now, but that was when cases were at like the lowest um they've been basically all year since it started. And also it was like a 2 hour flight and I didn't touch anything and I bathed in uh Purell, so it's fine.
Oh, let's see.
Talk about the mainline thing if you want.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring that up.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll actually start on some tech topics. Paste it into
Wow.
chat for those that would like to check. But yeah, uh, next version of Android might probably will have have the Android runtime actually as a project mainline module. So Google will now theoretically, and I say theoretically, but I mean obviously, will have the ability to update the runtime.
Yeah.
Your
So I guess
your
like,
take on this?
well, like I'm not, again, I'm not a native Android developer, so I'm not totally 100% sure on where the line is drawn with a lot of this stuff. Um, but like I guess they could deliver like new native APIs with this, right? Like in the same way that new Android versions come out, or like some of them. Like if it, like I guess stuff that maybe can be plugged into the other things that are also mainline or don't need to be interconnected in that way.
The best answer is okay. So this is one of those things where, in a strictest sense, yes, they could, but in reality, no, they're not going to do that. This isn't going to bring new APIs. The APIs could already be introduced through other means,
Yeah.
and always are anyway. What this is going to do, at least in my simplified version, like the let's
Mhm.
not get overly technical version of this. What this is basically going to do is if they find ways to, let's say, optimize the runtime, like actually getting a little bit more power efficiency out of it, or
Yeah.
maybe they realize that there are better ways to run the jitter. Um, they'd be able to
Yeah.
update it for that. And
Or if they find the code bit that Oracle's suing them over, they can just Thanos snap that out of existence. Like, oh, you're suing us over what, Oracle?
Yeah. So, in practical terms, honestly, this is one of those things. Is probably, I don't want to say they're never gonna update it. Obviously, they absolutely will update it, and there is an outside possibility this could actually be a really huge deal someday, and I'll get to that in a second. But in practical terms, I bet they update this runtime. Probably, I mean, they probably push maybe 2 to 3 serious updates between Android versions.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's like mostly formality stuff. So
Yeah.
my
I'm
guess, this is not really going to be a big impact in regular use. Go ahead and say your thing, then I'll kick in the exception.
I was gonna suggest I will I haven't I don't I usually don't take a super big look at the security bulletins, but I wonder how many items in those security patches they could deliver through runtime up, like how many of those bugs can be patched at the runtime level.
Uh,
Some of them. I
okay,
know a
so
lot of
some
them
yes.
are, yeah, like I know a lot of them are more kernel stuff and stuff with the drivers for the
Kernel
chipset and whatnot.
networking, um, well, kernel and networking are the two really, really
Yeah.
big targets. Uh, there are a few things that yes, they could target the Android runtime. Though the runtime, so as a reminder, the runtime is specifically for running apps.
Yeah,
Now,
it's like the Java VM basically. But
exactly,
but there's more than just Java, you know.
yeah. Um, so being that it is for running apps, it's not really part of running the operating system. Obviously, there are parts of the operating system as we interpret them. Um, those are apps. Like the settings app is an app. It is 100% running through the Android runtime. But
Mhm.
most of the OS itself is not actually reliant on the Android runtime. So um, this is one of those things. It's going to affect less the operating system and more the user space, which is good. I mean, there's still a lot of space where that can be messed with, and certain attacks that might be used for, let's say, stealing memory from another app. Those
Mhm.
sorts of things, the Android runtime might actually be a target space, and as you know, updating it through here could actually be a really big deal. Um, I will add another factor in this, and it's a thing users aren't going to care about, but developers are going to lose their mind over. It's so good. This, I believe, would allow for moving between or moving up Java versions. And
Mm.
any developer, any Android developer, is probably hearing this and thinking this and going, "Oh, that's really super cool." We won't see it happen for years and years, but
Yeah.
this was a huge deal just last year, 2 years ago. I forget now, but the move
Now,
from Java, is it? I think from 7 to 8 was huge, massive, massive update in terms of what the language could do, and really made life a lot easier for any developer. The thing is, Google delayed for a few years making this. Oh god, I woke up 2 different phones just saying that. Um, Google delayed moving to Java 8 for multiple years, and developers were hating this because it would have it, like, if you could see how many lines of code it saves to do certain things. I
yeah.
mean, we're talking literally like this could make a difference of hours in a developer's week.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's
And
a
it's,
big
you know,
deal.
and it's ultimately cutting back on like the amount of frameworks and whatnot that have to be put in to do pretty simple stuff.
Sometimes, but it's more that you're getting rid of boilerplate code.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
boilerplate, sorry, I know is maybe not a term everyone's familiar with. I'm not really sure, but
Now with Java on Android, doesn't Android Studio sort of put in like compatibility stuff to let you use newer Java features on older versions?
uh, well, they re-implemented a few things in the compiler so that
Yeah.
the the best way to say it is they kind of put in a Java 7.5 almost. And that is a grossly
Okay.
oversimplified thing, but it's sort
Okay.
of, it, actually,
They did so they did what they could basically is
yeah. Actually, it's funny because the thing I would compare this most closely to is Windows Phone. And I know that this reference will mean nothing to a lot of people, but uh, with Windows Phone, they came out with Windows Phone 7, and then they were coming out with Windows Phone 8, and a bunch of people saw some of the features that 8 was going to have and were like, guys, 7's not that old, like we want 8. And
Mhm.
Microsoft's response was, well, okay, we're not going to give you 8 on your phones, but we will
Right.
give you a 7.5 that has these extra couple of features that look like what you got on 8, so we think
Okay.
you'll be happy
Yeah.
with that. Like, that's kind of what Android Studio did, and
Mm.
it's good. It helps, but it's not like an, oh
Okay.
my god, this was life
Yeah.
changing.
Okay. Yeah. That's always interesting because again, like I don't do Android dev, so it's always interesting. Like, well, like I thought like Java like kind of is compiled and kind of not, and then like there's different implementations of Java. Like we've got the Oracle Java and the Open JDK, and it's a lot going on.
I like what Austin said. I want to live in a world where Android uses recent versions of both Java and Linux,
Oh,
but uh,
Linux kernel 2.6 for life.
God, it really will be. Um,
Mhm.
well, I mean, they do have a solution to this, and yeah, it's Fuchsia. They'll get away from the old
Yeah,
ancient Linux kernel by just not using Android anymore.
Linux won't let them implement kernel level proprietary drivers, so they're making their own operating system. Checkmate.
Oh, jeez. Um,
I'm not looking forward to that because I know as soon as Google stops developing Linux, like it's not gonna get as much attention as it should, especially on like ARM and battery life. I think the only reason like we have good ARM Linux stuff is because Google merged in so much code trying to make it not shit.
yep, pretty much.
It's gonna be rough.
Oh, but yeah. Anyway, that so yeah, being able to update the runtime would, I believe, and I mean I don't know this with enough certainty, but I believe it would allow them to say when the time comes for Java 9 to come out, and this is why I say this is years out,
Mhm.
but when Java 9 comes out, in theory they'd be able to update the runtime, push it out through mainline, and like every device that supports mainline in theory would just be able to say, oh cool, now apps compiled with this new version of Java will all just
Mhm.
run everywhere, which would be incredible, though at this stage.
That is kind of wild that like we're getting to the point where like really fundamental parts of Android are now just like, oh, just it just gets an update. Like it more so it's incredible the links Google is going through because OEMs won't update their shit.
Yeah.
But it's more impressive like we're like modular it's like it's like rebuilding the airplane while it's flying kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's it's pretty wild like I can't imagine it can get to like a higher we can modularize something bigger than the app runtime before just like OEMs get upset that they can't do what they want. Because they already have a lot of like networking stuff. Qualcomm does graphics drivers through mainline now, or at least the Play Store. I'm not sure the specifics of that. I don't think it's happened yet, but I think it's supposed to happen that like emojis are going to be delivered through mainline eventually. I don't know why that took ages. Like that's just like a font, but whatever.
um okay, I don't know if it's going to happen, or I don't know if they're going to move to mainline, but emoji is already updated separately
Yeah,
from OS versions.
yeah. There's the Play services like
Yeah.
emoji compat thing. Yeah, but I think like apps have to use that, right? It's
Well, they use a common library, which
yeah.
is, I mean, it's a common library. Like everybody has access to it.
Okay.
It's easy to use. I mean, relatively speaking. Um, and so yeah, if you're using that library, and it would be the exact same thing that you would be using if you uh, did it the old school way. Like the API is basically identical.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, it's not like it's a big thing. It's just old controls would have had to change which library they're calling on.
So this is a complete uh not related at all, but I just thought, what I would really like in Android 12, uh pick your default emoji provider.
Yes, actually, I
That
would
I
agree with that.
Yeah, like just it's just like the browser and the phone picker. Like, oh, do you want the Samsung emoji or do you want the good emoji? You can pick now.
Obviously, blobs for life, fool.
Yeah, yes. Someone needs to build like an APK pack for the blobs. Oh man,
Yeah, 100%. It's got to be blobs for life.
I'm gonna start emailing everyone I know at Google. Be like, can you make this happen, please?
Yeah,
It's top
all
priority.
isn't that all press people?
Get get the bug bounty started for
Yeah,
for, for modular emojis. Uh, but
but
yeah, like, can you go higher in modular with Android than like the app runtime? Like, I know, like, theoretically you could keep going, but at a certain point you get to the point where like OEMs can't modify it because when it's modular and it's getting updated, the control shifts to Google.
okay, so
Like, I don't know how much farther up the tree you can keep going.
for what it's worth, I'm actually gonna make the argument that the Android runtime itself, this is a probably actually like I said before, it's not going to get updated that often.
Yeah,
And more importantly, or more to the point, it honestly is the thing that OEMs did not screw with this.
yeah.
They did not have any interest in messing with this. This was such a low low value target for messing with. And
Well, I'm also like, I know Google like polices the runtime, especially of like, you can't touch this because then like our Play Store ecosystem breaks if apps can't run on the majority of devices the same way.
well, it's not that they couldn't touch it, it's that touching it had so many risks that you might break something that would have gone into what you call it, the oh, I can't remember what their test pack was, but or
Oh,
test suite.
yeah.
Anyway, the standard testing that they do, if if you broke that, Google would not authorize you to ship an update or a
Right.
phone or something like that. Nobody wanted to mess with that, and honestly, Google is investing so much time and effort into getting the Android runtime right. What company's going to come along and say, "Oh, we found a secret little thing. We're going to change this, this 10 lines of code, and it's somehow going to make our apps run faster." Nah. Every company who they would have eventually been like, "Okay, we're just going to submit this back to Google. They'll fix it and everybody gets it." It would have been it that's just how it would work. This was a low value thing in that sense. Um and also the runtime is one of those things where it's already it already works
Dog
a
wants
certain
in.
way.
Oh boy.
They're not going nuts though.
Oh, she's scratched, but okay. Hey Daisy, how's it going? Yeah, just chilling. Okay. But yeah,
But
but
yeah, anyway, the ultimately I don't think this one's really going to be that big of a deal, which in a way I think kind of bears out from the fact that mainline happened, and this is now what, 3 versions of Android, 4 versions,
um, it showed up in 10
10.
to start with. Yeah.
Okay. Um. Anyway, notice the fact it wasn't one of the first things they did. The first things that they did were mostly built around security,
Yeah.
and a few high target areas. The next time around, they got a bunch of stuff that was more like, hey, we want to be able to fix weird bugs. We want to be able to fix
Right.
edge cases. Now they're rolling into, yeah, sure, let's do the Android runtime too. That's
Yeah.
kind of how I'm seeing
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, just as many things as can be modular. Just, why not? That's nice.
Yeah, and there's again a very real potential that this will be a big deal someday, like updating a version of the programming languages that can be run on it. But yeah, I honestly I don't think that this was a high priority thing. It's more that it's really interesting that they can do
Yeah.
this. And it could lead to some important changes someday. But I don't think it's going to be the thing that's like, "Oh my god, thank god we did this. We're doing it all the time," or this just saved our butts. Like some some big thing happens that is a massive security flaw and they're like, hell no, no worries, don't worry, like we already shipped it, we fixed it, happened last week, you guys didn't even notice, but it's all good.
Yeah.
Like that could happen, but I don't think it's going to. Now the
Yeah,
one thing I'm
because
not sure on is signature checking. I don't think that that's a part of the Android runtime that'll be updated through mainline, but I'm not positive. And that is the one spot where this could be a big deal. If someone ever breaks the signing
oh yeah.
process and figures out a way to break through it, which happened once with version 1. Actually, it happened twice with version 1, but only one time mattered. The other time never got out. Um, and I heard that somebody had partially broken version 2, but not enough to be able to run anything, just enough that they could trick something. I don't remember the
Mm,
specifics. Anyway, if that's the case, if this is something that can be updated through the Android runtime or controlled through the Android runtime, that that's a really big security issue that they now presumably would be able to fix like overnight. So
yeah.
that'd be cool.
Yeah. No, it's more interesting from a tech perspective because there's never been like an operating system that gets handled like this, where just so many important components are updated individually. Like I think like desktop Linux is probably close because basically all the services there are packages that just get updated. But usually like those packages stay at the same core versions for the entire life of whatever OS version you're using. Like Ubuntu, like they pick like one kernel version and one like GNOME desktop version, and a couple other packages get like fixed, and that's it until we get to the next big update. Um,
You know, to some extent, I kind of actually think I kind of actually think you could argue Windows has been doing this for years. Actually practically since the beginning.
hmm,
DLLs have been responsible for a lot of runtimes. Now,
that's true. Well,
certain
they
things
they
were
also
kind of
have
built in, but
yeah, and they also have the DirectX has been updatable
yeah,
for its whole life, and .NET. So
yeah.
I guess yeah.
Which, well, yeah, actually, I guess .NET is the perfect example of this because it is 100% this. The only real arguable difference is, at least for many years, .NET wasn't the main thing for
Yeah,
your applications. I
it
mean,
was like a
most
thing
stuff
like
was
you
still
had to like
written in C++, and
yeah.
the C++ runtime was pretty well baked into Windows. Um, but yeah, eventually .NET has very much taken over, and yeah, that's very much updatable. So yeah, Windows has been doing this for ages. And I do remember a lot of people asking why Android wasn't doing it, and the argument was always performance. But I don't think that was ever really the real argument. I think it was, you know, I think
It
they,
was just I'm sure it's a lot of work to
yeah.
decouple all that.
Well, it was a lot of
Like
work
all
to
the
decouple it, and in general, like they had other fish to fry. There were
yeah,
so many things in Android that were broken. They had to solve those before they started getting
yeah,
into luxury items like, oh hey, let's make the runtime updatable.
yeah. Like I'm like the past couple Android updates. Well, first Android 11 didn't have as much work into it as Google wanted because COVID happened,
Yeah.
and getting all their engineers to work from home, and all that, I'm sure ate up a lot of weeks that they wanted to spend on other stuff. And then Android 10 was that when Treble was the when was no, I'm sorry, Treble was like, or wait, crap. But like anyway, like every recent version of Android, they've done like some major change under the hood that moves pieces around. Um, like all the security stuff they did in 10 and 11, and then mainline was in 10. So yeah, I'm sure this is just like on the things we kind of want but aren't needed list,
Yeah.
and they haven't really been able to poke at that list recently. Sort of like my list of like side projects I would like to work on. I'd like to work on them because they're fun, but I've been a little busy lately.
Yeah. No, believe me, my list of side projects keeps getting longer. Every once in a while, I take a few items off that list because I realize, oh, hey, I haven't done the thing that I wanted to do this project for in like a year, so I guess it's not really important anymore. But
Yeah.
yeah, such is the life of never having time.
Yeah. So I can be around for another like 20 minutes or so. I guess we could talk. Maybe Black Friday stuff. You do anything for that? Because that's basically what I'm doing for the next 5 days or so.
Well, I'll tell you what. In a sense, I plan on being your relief because now that I've got this review off my shoulders, I have plenty of others, but I plan on spending basically this weekend focused on making the easy money and posting deals.
hmm Yep. It's a good, honest living.
Yeah, well, ish, but yeah, no, I don't have a big family. I'm basically just gonna, hang with my mom.
Yeah.
That's gonna be Thanksgiving. It's yeah, I don't know. I already before COVID, I already treated holidays as like these are days that stuff might be closed. These are days I'm not going to
Yeah.
go anywhere. These are days that other people I know are probably occupied. So screw it. I'm going to go, like, I'm either going to stay home or well, I'm going to stay home. Like, there wasn't really
Yeah.
another there's no or to that. I'm just going to stay home.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what like we were gonna do. I think my family was gonna do Thanksgiving stuff like I think Friday or Saturday, something like that, because something came up for Thursday. Um, so yeah, but yeah, no, like yeah, in general, like holidays are always like most of them just fly past me. I'm not really aware of them unless I like see a commercial for some sale or something on that day. Because again, like freelance work, like don't get holidays off, So it's not like yeah, like if you're not getting off, I feel like the holiday probably just flies past. Like I was more aware of these things when I was in high school, and like I'd get days off like because it was some like old person's birthday 300 years ago or something, you know,
Exactly.
you know,
No,
Christopher Columbus Day. I don't know why we still have that, but you get the day off for some reason.
yeah. No, I don't I don't really remember the last time I truly took off a holiday. Um, because
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't take off holidays. Well, I guess I probably didn't work Christmas most days, but that's mostly just because like there's also not really anything to do,
uh,
for like news. No one's announcing new products on Christmas usually.
okay, so it's actually the more I think about it, the funnier it is. And I know I thought about this in the past. Most of my adult life has actually been spent in some way, shape, or form, kind of actually like in anti-holiday jobs, or
Mm,
rather jobs that kind of specifically took advantage of holidays. I worked in a bar So
Yeah.
when everyone else was getting off Memorial Weekend or Halloween or New Year's, I'm the one who's there working 10 times harder on these days.
Right.
Let's see. I worked uh, let's see. I worked as a software engineer contractor. So I was working from home a lot. And
Mm.
so like I worked through my birthday at least a couple of times. I worked most of the holidays. Like, technically I could organize my own days off if I really wanted to, but 9 times out of 10 all the stuff is going to be packed during these days. So why should I
Yeah.
go on those days if I can work on
Yeah.
the days
That's
off?
yeah. That's sort of why I really like that's why I'm still on my Wednesday weekend schedule for work
Right.
because I get I take off Wednesday, so that's like like I know I'm supposed to like take it off, but that ends up being like my errand day, and everyone's at their 9 to 5 jobs, so the line at stores is quicker or whatever. And then Saturday I get to get work done, and there's like no distraction because no one else is working. It's great.
And see, this is
Um,
why I would do grocery shopping at like 2 a.m. Because
oh yeah, yeah,
no
yeah.
better
No,
time.
before COVID, like that's exactly what I would do. Like I'd go to Target at like 10 p.m. There's no one there. I'm in and out of there in like in record time.
It's
It's
basically the
great.
definition of heaven on earth.
Yeah.
Being able to
But
go
now,
into
yeah.
stores and not deal with tons and tons of crowd.
Yeah.
And Austin's kind of calling me out, saying this sounds intentional, like a good excuse to avoid family. Like I said, I've got a small family.
Mhm.
Very, very few people in my family. So, don't get me wrong. I have used excuses in the past to avoid one or two, but yeah, it's not the same. Like I don't need excuses to avoid family. It's really not an issue. Now, avoiding large crowds of people, that's legit. I
Yeah.
absolutely will try to avoid large crowds of people sometimes.
Oh
And it
yeah.
depends on what it is. Like, Halloween, screw it. I kind of want to be around a crowd of people. New
Not
Year's,
this year though.
yeah, obviously not this year. New Year's, generally speaking, I'm okay with a crowd of people. I don't want certain crowds of people. Like, for New Year's and Halloween, I want to go to like a house party. I don't want to go.
Mm.
I don't want to be in a.
Cody's getting turned.
I mean, possibly. But the last thing I want to do is go to a bar during those nights because holy crap, amateurs, nothing but
Mm.
amateurs, bad times, people who don't know how to go out and have fun, and they get belligerent and stupid, bad
Mm.
times. So yeah. Anyway, I'm good with holidays, but I definitely don't want certain types of holiday experiences. So,
Yeah.
yeah, and almost every job I've had in some way, shape, or form has kind of consumed days. And I'm just going to quickly even call out this one for the fact that Google released a new version of Android once on October 31st. To this day, I'm still salty as can be over this. Screw you, Google. You
Mm.
douchebags. Just saying.
Yeah. That's sort of me with the Chrome releases until I added like the little Chrome calendar to my Google Calendar, so I know when to expect them. Because like before, it'd be like, all right, I got a lot of work done today. I'm feeling good. I'm gonna go play some video games. Like, oh, new Chrome APK, and I'm like, shit, I want to get off now. But now I'm smart, Corbin, and I put the Chrome release calendar in my Google Calendar, so I know when to expect those. Um,
By the way, the version they released on October 31st was KitKat.
oh, KitKat was a good release.
Actually,
That
yeah,
was
it pretty
yeah,
much was.
that was peak Android for a while. I feel like because Lollipop was a mess,
Oh yeah,
and Marshmallow was getting there, but it was still a little rough. KitKat, man, that it worked great. That ran on a potato. That was when they were like, hell yeah, we're gonna try to make this run on phones with half a gig of RAM.
Yeah, and I mean they did interesting things through all of these, but yeah, Lollipop was a disaster. Um,
I still have nightmares about Lollipop because I had a Moto G. I had the first Moto G at that point because my Nexus 5 had broke, and I was like, I'm not paying $400 again for a phone that's gonna break in a year. I can't do that. I'm like 16. So I bought a Moto G, and I think it came with 4.3 or 4.4, but it eventually got an update to Lollipop. And I would be like at school, and I would turn on like Google Play Music or something, and then hit the home button, and the music just stops.
oh, I
It'd be
believe
like,
me, I remember Cam complaining endlessly. Cameron Summerson, he would go on bike rides, try to turn on a GPS tracker and music at the same time,
yeah,
and holy crap, that just broke. It
no,
wasn't happening.
yeah. And thankfully that phone got a little bit of love from Cyanogen mod people, so I was able to eventually get off Lollipop. But that was rough for a while. Uh, People bring up the Nexus 6. I came close to buying the Nexus 6, but I never did.
Oh, I
Um,
I kind of got close, but man, I was so glad I never did.
that Yeah, that was kind of a weird one. I mean, all the Nexus phones were weird for one reason or another, but that was especially weird. Um, so what was I think it was
It was a Motorola phone that just kind of got hijacked into
yeah,
becoming a Nexus
yeah,
phone.
yeah, it was like the huge uh Nexus phone. I think I'm trying to remember what circumstances it was. I think I had my Moto G, but I was like really wanting to replace it because it was a Moto G, and um, the Nexus 5X and 6P had just came out, and I was wondering like, do I want to spend $400 again, or I can get like a cheapo Nexus 6? And I eventually went with the 5X, and maybe the 6 would have been a better purchase yeah, because like that 5X also only lasted a year. And I don't think the Nexus 6 had any like major well-known hardware issues. It was just a huge phone. But yeah,
I mean, I don't know. None of them were really good.
no, they all had issues.
Yeah,
And like of
some
course, like
kind of issue.
I
Yeah.
yeah, like I got the 5X, and my friend at the time got the 6P. And we, I remember like at some point, like both of us were like texting each other about like our phone issues. Like, oh man, my power button got stuck, and he's like, oh yeah, my battery dies at 30%.
Yeah.
I don't, yeah, that's what I mean. Like when people look at like the Nexus phone, Nexus line is like this gold standard. I'm kind of thinking there's some rose tinted glasses going on there.
Uh,
Or maybe all those people just got lucky and I didn't. Uh, the celestial dice rolled not in my favor.
You know, in all fairness, though, I think that's true of literally every single phone or every single company, brand, whatever you want to narrow it down to. Rose colored or rose tinted, at least. Uh, yeah. I mean, every single thing anybody names, they might like it, and there's no reason they shouldn't. Like, I'm not arguing against, but man, every single thing out there has some pretty serious problems, and it it's easy to overlook some of them, and depending
Yeah,
on your circumstances, what you're
especially
interested in,
especially
or what you're capable of. Like obviously somebody who's down to mod and hack their phone, hand them a OnePlus One and they're like, yeah, I got this.
yeah.
uh hand a OnePlus One to someone who doesn't have any sort of skill, and that phone was going to be a disaster. The same was generally kind of true with Nexus phones. um if you know if you if if you had
Well, it
somebody
was
who
it.
didn't like bloatware, handing them an LG, Samsung, HTC phone, any of those, good luck. A Chinese phone, and especially in that time, holy crap, that was a disaster. Like
Yeah.
there were things wrong
And
with
also
everything.
the yeah, and also the Nexus phones had that extra element, kind of like netbooks, where they're so cheap you can like overlook a lot of the issues until there's like something catastrophic happens.
Yeah.
Like my Nexus 5X, that bad boy ran very hot. Uh, but you know what? It took fantastic pictures, and it had Type C, which was like the hot new thing in 2015, and it cost me like $400. So it's like, yeah, you know, I was fine with the issues until it stopped working entirely, and then I bought a Pixel. And then that Pixel lasted me for like 3 years, so I guess it evened out slightly.
Yeah. My my overall take on it though, every single phone kind of sucks. And this goes for it doesn't matter what your brand loyalties are. Chances are there is something that someone else can easily and accurately point to that's going to validate that it sucks. Um and this goes for, this might not be a hardware issue, it might be all software. It might be that it's not a software issue, it's all hardware. The list obviously goes around in all kinds of ways. I know people who, if they even heard me say this, their first response would be, "But iPhone." No, dude, your iPhone kind of sucks. Just you're willing to overlook it. B-Slider's in the room, and I'm sure he's just waiting for me to say something about Samsung. And look, you dig
Oh,
Samsung software?
I'll say something. I'm over here.
Uh,
I mean, I like this phone, but also sometimes it sends me push ads for things I don't want.
yeah.
So there's that.
Um,
Yeah.
and you've got limitations with the Samsung phone that you wouldn't have with a Nexus or Pixel phone. Obviously, some bootloader unlocking options are relevant here. Um, you could point to literally everything, and there's something wrong with it. It might be something people are willing to overlook, but it's not. Like it's not immune to criticism.
Mm. Yeah. Oh, my dog is making weird noises.
That does seem
Um,
to be a thing they do.
Carson said, "Why is push ads even a setting though?" LOL. And like, oh, is that rain? Oh, I thought that was rain. Okay. Um, no, like even Samsung is the worst with this because they split the push ads into like 10 different apps, and each app has its own setting. And the best part is that with some of these, Android has the mechanism where you can have different notification channels. When you hold it down, it should give you a slider. They don't do that for a lot of the apps. They make you go into the settings and stuff. So there's that nice dark UX element that everyone loves. Why would anyone want push ads? No one wants them. But, you know, Samsung's like, oh, we only made $300 from selling this person a Note 20. Let's see if we can get a little bit of extra value out of there.
Yeah, I wouldn't really complain. Here's the thing: depending on what they're giving you in return, I don't necessarily see a problem with this, and I would even encourage it. Uh, it but it's the so I think back to the example that I originally made fun of on Google Plus years ago. What they pushed was an ad for an Avengers movie, and I mean, come on. Nobody was
Yeah.
getting something out of this. If you wanted to see an Avengers movie, you already were going to go see it. But they pushed an ad for it,
Yeah.
and it was stupid. It was a thing they would have known they were going to get hated for, and they still did it. And I'm sure they made plenty of money doing it.
Yeah.
So, but that's the thing. Like, that's not giving anything to your customers. It's just irritating them. Now, whereas if somebody pushes an ad and says, "You know what? For you seeing this ad, we'll give you, I don't know, $1 in the Play Store." That's obviously an example that hasn't really happened, but it could. Actually, I think it has
Yeah.
happened. But
if something like yeah, like if you can cancel out the annoyance from me seeing your ad and notification, okay, maybe.
yeah,
But
it
that's
definitely
not,
needs
yeah.
to be opt out, or well,
It no, it
opt
need
it
opt
needs to
in.
be opt
I-
in.
I'll-
Yes, but
All of it needs to be opt in. Yeah, and that's why I hate the arguments that some people do where they're like, "Oh, it's a setting when you start up the phone," or it's like, like somewhere in the 50 pages when you're setting up a new Android phone, there's like one little checkbox on like one of them that says like personalized services or something that doesn't say give me ads.
yeah,
It's hidden. Like that's part of the issue there. Because like again, like the argument like, oh, there's a thing in the setup process, that stops being a valid argument when they see it, when the person sees it and complains about it. Because if they see an ad and they're like, why is this here? I shouldn't be getting this. Then either the checkbox wasn't clear enough during the setup process or there wasn't one at all. So that's right.
yeah, it's the classic fine print
Yeah.
argument. It's one thing
Yeah.
to
And yeah.
have it there as an option, but if you put it in there, oh, kind of like, I know not everyone will have seen this one, but if you ever install Java to a computer, now I don't think this is true anymore, but maybe it is. They used to absolutely try to also install, I think it was like a Yahoo. Um,
I they might still do that.
yeah, it
But
was some sort of like one of those stupid add-on bars to the browser.
yeah.
They would try to install that for Java. Like,
Yeah.
why is this a thing? It was bullshit bloat,
Yeah.
and it was one of those things. If you're just quickly clicking next as fast as you can, you are going to accidentally install bloatware. That's not something that should be part of a developer library. Like that is just an insult to all common sense. So, I'm sorry, but you can't, that's not something. It may technically be opt-in, but that's opt-in the shittiest form. It's sneaky, it's despicable.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I can't give Samsung a pass on that
Yeah.
if the default
Sam
is to
yeah.
say it's on.
Yeah. And Samsung is definitely the worst because like even disregarding like the is it a part of the setup process or not? Like it's not, that varies by territory because some jurisdictions, not the US, but some other places say, oh, you can't do that during the setup, or like this advertising or whatever has to be opt-in. So that's a different discussion. But most of Samsung's ads are just like, hey, you want to buy a Note 20? That's or like I was using the Galaxy apps app for a couple things. Like if when you have a Galaxy Watch, you can actually manage the stuff on your watch from Galaxy apps, which I really wish the Play Store on phones had for Wear OS, because the Play Store on Wear OS is like the worst thing I've ever had to use. Like trying to like search for apps on that little, it's real bad. Um,
Yeah,
I
there's a better
know,
way to use it, but
yeah,
yeah.
I know you can use like the Play Store website, but it'd be nice if it was in like the app too. But
Well, and also
um,
if you have a app on your phone and it's the same app that you want on your watch, just go into the Play Store and go to the install
yeah,
screen, and
yeah,
it's
it
one of the
shows like
things
the little,
listed.
yeah,
It gives you a shortcut.
yeah,
Beside him posted a screenshot to the Discord, and it shows a setup screen. I'm assuming that this is a, he screenshotted this the last time he did a setup. I guess, I don't know. Anyway, and it shows that the options are not enabled at up front. That may be true today. I'm not saying that Samsung is still up to this funny business, but it definitely, indisputably, and this has been covered in so many Reddit posts in the past,
hmm,
Samsung absolutely had on by default uh opt in. I'm sorry, but
and also
it's not,
and
it
also
is an
this
opt
is,
out thing if you have
yeah,
to even flip a switch during setup. If you have to take a specific step to flip a switch during setup, it is by definition still opt out.
Yeah.
So
And this one says welcome to see your Samsung account. So is that only like that reads to me like just things related to your account, not necessarily like other services that may also send you bullshit.
yeah, because there are
Because
several
there's
apps
yeah,
that
yeah,
do
like I
various
think
types of marketing, but
yeah, like when I think um I know I wrote about like Note. Let me see. Wait. There was something that yeah. Okay, here it is. So when the Note 10 came out, Samsung went absolutely bonkers with the ads, like to the point where some people posted screenshots on Twitter where they had multiple notifications from different apps telling them about the Note 10
yeah,
on their Samsung phone. So like it's like multiple elements on Samsung's phone doing this. And like back to I was trying to say with the Galaxy Apps app, like I used it just for a little bit, and then it wanted to send me notifications about like some free to play game that I could get through the App Store, and it wanted to send me one about like a theme I could download. It's like, no, I don't want any of this. I just opened the app for like a minute, and you're sending me shit.
yeah,
So,
and
and I even said in that Note 10 post that like at the time I was using an international Galaxy S10e, and I got one of the ads from Bixby about the Note 10, but not a lot of the other ones that other people were getting. So there's definitely regional parts, and I'm sure based on like what they want to sell in certain areas and like what the law says they can do, because like the European Union has better laws about this kind of stuff. So yeah, it's Samsung just is bad at this. Other OEMs used to be really bad at this. I think they've toned down, maybe. I don't know. I haven't used an LG phone for an extended period of time, so I'm not sure where they're at.
see,
I know, like,
I was just gonna say, think about the OEMs that we even still acknowledge as existing.
yeah,
HTC is basically dead and gone for all intents and purposes. LG is more or less forgotten. Not dead and gone, just no one cares. That's kind of become true with Motorola. We're really down to just Samsung, OnePlus, Google, and sorry to umbrella these guys, but basically the Chinese companies.
yeah. And the Chinese brands are uh not are not ashamed of the ads whatsoever. It gets real bad on those phones. But
Yeah.
those phones are also like those phones are definitely like the Amazon Fire tablet pricing model, where like they're so cheap because they sell everything you do on the phone. So there is that element. And yeah, Austin brought up, will Samsung subsidize future fan edition phones with ads? For example, use the Amazon Unlocked model to lower the price. I know there was a rumor a while ago that I think AT&T was thinking about doing like cell plans subsidized with ads, like you get ads on the carrier locked phones. Um, Maybe that's a thing, but again, like Amazon had this for a while. They had the Prime Edition phones, and they had like some Motorola devices, some LG stuff, and it was a slightly different firmware that showed like ads on the lock screen and stuff, and they eventually stopped doing that. So I assume it wasn't working out super well, or maybe just like the price difference wasn't as major as OEMs wanted, so they weren't interested in participating.
Yeah.
But like that stopped really being a thing a couple of years ago.
Yeah. And God, it just it's such a flashback to even think about all the crap HTC tried to do. At one point, they were sticking ads into their weird sort of Google feed clone. I don't remember what it was called, but they were putting ads in
Yeah,
there. HTC was definitely pushing a few banner ads. They got they got slapped for that
I
a few
remember
times.
HTC was bad.
Yeah, and it was such a shame because nice company, they made some good stuff, and then they just man they hit a brick wall.
I remember there was one thing with HTC where people started seeing banner ads on the keyboard, and
Yep.
it turned out it was because HTC phones shipped with uh, SwiftKey. Or yeah, I think it was SwiftKey, and SwiftKey accidentally pushed an update to the wrong
Yeah.
channel that put ads. Like their normal keyboard had ads, but they turned it off for HTC, and that got messed up.
Yeah.
Which
I
again, like, that kind of, I don't know if I like that. Like another company being in control of like a pretty core component of your phone.
yeah. Also, I forget. Yeah, I do remember some. I remember some conspiracy theories that the company had actually done it on purpose, knowing that they were pushing to the
Mm.
HTC phones. And if I'm being honest, with some of the crap that company had done, I kind of believe it.
Oh, sorry.
They
So okay, so I found the article. It was not SwiftKey, it was TouchPal.
Okay, I was gonna
But
say TouchPal, but I
yeah,
thought, wait,
yeah,
maybe you're right. It could have been SwiftKey, but no, I think
yeah,
SwiftKey was Samsung's partner for a while, and then that broke up at some point.
yeah. The Play Store listing for TouchPal keyboard for HTC isn't even live anymore.
Shocking.
Wasn't TouchPal one of the companies that got? Oh, they have no ad. They have no apps on the Play Store anymore.
I
Unless this is like a. Wasn't that one of the? Was that one of the companies that got slapped
I think
for
they are.
breaking? Let me
I
see.
think all of their
TouchPal.
stuff got pulled.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. TouchPal was Kutek, and that was one of the big. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here's another article I wrote. I vaguely remember things I write. Yeah. So this was one of the companies that was putting a lot of malware in their apps with. Yeah.
Yep.
So they had apps that cause ads to appear when phones were asleep. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were also publicly traded. Who are they?
Jeez.
Are they still around? Wait, NYSE Tech.
Oh, I can't imagine they are. They have to have sold to somebody by now.
This says, yeah, $5. Are they still traded? I don't know how Yahoo Finance works. Yeah, no, they're still around.
Hmm.
I guess they're just making their money on app stores other than Google Play. No, they're trading at $5. Should I buy some stocks? I think
Um.
that's a good. That's a good investment.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna paste a link into chat. Their website,
Oh
and
no.
this is their product list, which
Okay.
includes um, scenario-based content apps, including Drink Water Reminder, High Shoe, which is a health software that helps users keep fit, provides a wealth of fitness exercises. Okay, so maybe not terrible. Happy Jogging, which is appears to pretty much just be a step counter. They have
Crazy
crazy
reading
reading
novel.
novel. Oh my god. Uh,
With a large variety of genres such as young adult, romance, new adult, urban fiction, and suspense.
their casual game, Idle Land King Tycoon. That is like the buzzwordiest thing. It is literally every major franchise's thing, except I don't know. Could they fit in Flappy in there or something? Like that is too bad. Farm
They've still
Hero,
got
crazy
Touch
painting.
Pal. Touch Pal's still around.
Yep, that's their one. Like,
I clicked the Android button and it just gave me an APK.
oh jeez.
Yes, I'm definitely going to install that.
Oh yeah. This is cringy as can be.
Yeah, this is like all the Chinese app developers that I would research whenever stories like this came up. Like they'd always have like really weird generic apps on their uh, store, and they'd have like 50 sub brands. Um, yeah, wow. Okay, so they're still hanging in there.
Um, yeah, that's in a way it's sad, but at the same time, I you know
Yeah.
I
Well,
this is a
they're
side
not pulling
effect.
their. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say they're not pulling their shenanigans on the Play Store anymore. So
Yeah, but
you know,
this is a side effect. If we're being brutally honest here, this is 100% the side effect of being of having an app economy where companies would sell something for life that costs $1 or $2. You know, if users pay for it all up front, developers get their quick hit,
Yeah.
but then, you know,
Oh yeah. This
then
yeah.
then
No,
the
this
app
is
just
this
becomes
is
a drain.
yeah. No, this is totally the consequence of like everyone expecting apps and services to be free or close to it. Like there was another thing I wrote about. Let me see if I can find it. Um, there's a story that came out originally covered by Motherboard where the U.S. military was buying location data from lots of apps because the apps were had a library in them that collected user data and would pay the devs for it. Um, and then that company would go on to sell it to military subcontractors, who then the military bought um, from. So yeah, like, and again, they wouldn't have to use those libraries if, you know, we were used to paying for things of value, but that's not where mobile development is anymore.
Yeah.
If it ever was there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame, but that's the economy that we've kind of been thrown into. And I get it. It makes sense because that's also one of the higher paying ways, so to speak. It's profitable, it's effective, and it works. Whereas, the same just couldn't be said of, again, selling something for $2, only getting $1.30 or $1.40 of that.
Hmm.
That was, and then after you pay taxes and everything else and assorted fees plus your development
Yeah,
time, like you had to sell a lot of copies to get anywhere, and that was good for a year, maybe two, and then you had to figure out what to do with that software. Otherwise, you would just get trapped
yeah,
supporting it
and
forever.
yeah, and like I went through this. Like I've spent I don't even know how many hours on PhotoStack over the past like 2 years. I've made maybe $30 in Patreon money and Google AdSense, but I haven't got paid any of that AdSense yet because I haven't hit
The
the
threshold.
payout. Yeah, because I had a AdSense account from many years ago when I had a Minecraft blog, and then when I had ads on some of my YouTube videos. But I haven't, I stopped using that. So now I have $73 in my AdSense account, and I believe the last payment was from well before I started doing any ads, because it also took me like a year to get ads on PhotoStack because Google was saying like this website doesn't have any content. I'm like, of course it doesn't. It's a web app. Like,
Yeah.
like, can you use it? It's pretty obvious. It's not just like a placeholder page that I'm trying to get free ads on. But that's a whole different thing. Um, all right, all right, I have to go for real now. So I'll leave it at that with that depressing tidbit. Okay.
All
All right.
right. Well, have fun. And ironically, we never talked about your
Yeah.
Black Friday plans outside of working, but
That is my Black Friday plan. Is I work beyond my normal threshold for the next couple days, and then I spend that money on shit for family for Christmas and stuff. So yeah.
yeah.
Also car payments because now I have to do that again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Bye.
real quick.
Okay. Okay.
Techathon, December 18th, starting at, well, I guess in my mind it's what, 11 a.m., I think? Um,
Um.
I think it's
Let
11
me
a.m. Pacific.
see. My time is Eastern. It starts at 2 p.m. my time.
Yep, so 11 my time.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah. So yeah. So 24 hours. We're still in the phase where we're trying to get people, and Adam was gonna start getting the schedule set up. I have been trying to put out some feelers. I have a couple. I think one. I talked to Kyle from 9 to 5 Google, who does like all the like fuchsia stuff over there. He says he wants to be in it. I talked to Justin Duino from How to Geek. He says he wants in. I talked to Flo. Flo was like super excited for it, so that's fun. Flo's great. Uh, and then like the other people are also reaching out. So hopefully we'll get a good number of people by the end. Even if some have to drop out for scheduling and whatnot.
Yep.
So
And I've already put in my uh, thing for getting scheduled. So I'll be almost certainly a part of this. We should. One of the things that we never really discussed, but we need to make a point of getting Adam to agree on like a sort of roundtable conversation and getting like a group together for playing games, because that wasn't really part of our form to figure out who can do what when. But
yeah, yeah, I think yeah, I'll definitely ask. I think what we were trying to do is figure out like what the most mentioned games were, and then try to like base it on that. I know like it's almost a certainty we'll do like
it's
a
going to be
little bit of
Among Us and
Jackbox.
Jackbox.
Probably, yeah, because like you know, you only need one copy of Jackbox, and like everyone already has Among Us,
Yep.
so it's not a big yeah. Like we're not gonna say like, all right, guys, we're gonna play Destiny with like full loadouts, and you need like a good gaming computer, and then all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, look out for that. And okay, I'm gonna go for real now.
All right. Take it easy, man.
All right, see you in the trenches.
Exactly. All right. And I totally spaced on getting my scene picked for the transition, but there we go. Yeah, Destiny 2 on Stadia. No kidding. But yeah, anyway, so this Techathon event is going to be a nonprofit event. The proceeds are headed to what is basically Doctors Without Borders. So yeah, if anyone happens to be free and wants to catch whatever happens on that day, and I'm sure his schedule will go up before that time. We'll see what happens. But anyway, so yeah, wanted to get that out there. Anyway, let's see, as I quickly try to catch up, I see a little bit of talk about Bixby. Let's see, so first, she pauses too much for the assistant. Second, Google always tells her she doesn't have new messages when she in fact does. Third, on device controls, for example, power off and restart. Fourth, it stops her homes from responding to commands only available on the phone. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no assistant is perfect. But, yeah, at this stage, kind of a mix of multiple is the only thing you can ask for. Anyway, so yeah. Let's see. The topic, and if you were watching the Ramblecast chat room, you saw that I hinted at this, but I didn't get very deep into it yet. And feel free to start popping up topics or suggestions, but I'm going to hammer on YouTube for a minute. Actually, it's going to be several minutes. Lots of minutes. There will be minutes spent on this. YouTube has updated the terms of service to say that they can start placing ads on channels that are not part of the partner program. That's effectively all that was said. It was kept pretty simple. And to some extent, to a small extent, I'm semi-okay with this. Briefly. Believe me, I'm about to hate on this, but I will say, I know full well it costs money to be running YouTube. It's a lot of data that they're pushing. It's a lot of storage that they maintain. That all takes money. It takes time. It's a lot of work to keep all that functional. So yeah, I totally get why they would want to make some more money off of videos that otherwise would not be making money. And for those who don't know, prior to this, the only channels where ads would be shown were channels where people, or where the channel itself was part of the partner program, so they were getting a cut of those YouTube ads. Now, technically, this isn't entirely true. There were other scenarios where ads could be shown, but they were a bit more limited. So, it is what it is. Anyway, with this announcement, I see a multitude of problems. And I've thought of many of them that I'm not even going to hit today, but I did make some notes about a few of them. And ultimately, this really does a lot to kind of screw a lot of people. Some of it unintentionally, and I don't think YouTube is necessarily acting in bad faith here, but it makes it easy for him. It makes it so easy for YouTube to act in really, really bad faith. So, just to hit one of the easy ones right off the bat, channels that should not actually be monetized could now be showing ads. Let me really quick, because this is super distracting. Close that window. Good, that's gone. All right. But what you end up here, or what you end up with, is you could have like a university's, maybe they have online classes or something, and these are, let's just say, free, intentionally free classes. YouTube could be profiting on classes that a university is putting up as just like a, hey, we want everyone to be able to access this information, so we're recording these sessions, we've got approval from everybody, and we don't want to charge for it. Like, that could be the position of the university. YouTube can be profiting off of that thing. So inherently, to me, that's already kind of just a bad thing. But it also could work out in very absurd ways. So that's just general profiteering on something that is someone else's work. But imagine for a second, and I know I just kind of poked fun at HTC, but imagine for a second if HTC's channel, someone goes to visit it, and now they could get ads for Samsung phones, or any of these combinations. What if you went to go watch like an Apple keynote, and all of a sudden an ad for Samsung pops up? It's absurd. It shouldn't happen, but it's absolutely going to happen. I mean, maybe YouTube's being careful about this stuff. Maybe they aren't making this a thing yet, but this is a thing that probably in some way will happen. It might not happen on a big, obvious, ridiculous example like an Apple keynote, but it might happen with, I'm trying to think of specific examples. We'll just say maybe some company, silly example here, but we'll say some local plumber is doing some sort of videos to explain the types of problems people's homes might have, and some other plumbing company is like, you know what, we're just gonna pay for ads for our plumbing company in that region, and look at that, those ads just happen to show up on our competitors' videos. That's the sort of thing. It shouldn't happen, but it's gonna happen. So inherently, I'm just seeing a big problem with this sort of thing. And the obvious solution is some channels need to explicitly be able to say, we're opting out of ads, or we're opting out of ads that are in any way related to our content. They need to have these options. And ideally, they would not have to be an opt-in situation, or opt-out, whichever you want to say. Ideally, it should just be that way, and then they could say, yeah, we don't really care what shows up on our channel, but it's YouTube, so who knows. Let's see, really quickly reading through comments. Austin predicting Bixby's going to die in a few years. Let's see, be sliding across that bridge when you come to it. Don't know how mom will use it at that point. I have a feeling that if Samsung actually kills Bixby, it's only going to be when Google Assistant completely replaces it. By the way, I'm not done with this YouTube topic. I'm just breaking to quickly read through comments. Um, B-Slide may have to get her a landline. Did they say the ads will be video ads or just banner ads? To my recollection, and I guess I could double check the link. To my recollection, I think it's any ads they choose. Let's see. Right to monetize. You grant YouTube the right to monetize your content on the service, and such monetization may include displaying ads on or within content or charging users a fee for access. This agreement does not entitle you to any payments. Starting November 18th, any payments, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they're just non-specific. It is basically any type of ad. Okay, let's see. B-Slide, why is that absurd? An iPhone ad on a Samsung video isn't an issue for you. That's you. Whereas I'm sure Apple would not feel it's okay that their keynote has an ad for a competitor, or for that matter, let's say Google's own or any company's own ads, their actual ads. Remember, they're not monetizing their channel, but their channel is specifically containing ads. If a competitor sticks up their ad and you are basically forcefully shown the ad before you see the actual ad that you went to go see, like that is shady. It is straight up shady. And technically there are actually some laws. This gets into a weird area, but there actually are laws that sort of prevent this from being a thing. You'd have to talk to a lawyer to get specifics on this, but I know that there's a law that is supposed to prevent. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Basically, trying to prevent someone from being able to overspin to the extent that it actually literally drowns out their competitors. I don't remember how it worked though, and I'm not sure how regional it may have been, but I do know it existed in some places at least. But the general point is you shouldn't put up content that you're not charging for and have your competitor of whatever kind popping in and saying, nah, we want to try to scoop away people. I get the argument for counter ads, but it is a bad practice. And especially with the things that might be said in their ads, that could also raise other issues. Plus, this becomes a conflict of interest scenario where YouTube could be incentivized to basically price gouge, or worse, like straight up say, hey, normally our ads just show up on what we call related content, but hey, Samsung, if you really wanted to put ads on a Apple video, we could just charge you more and make sure you get them. Like that's a conflict of interest scenario where it becomes malicious advertising. Let's see. Cecil Donna, they need to make a separate program for channels that shouldn't have ads. I agree. And yes, that is 100% one of the solutions that would make the most sense. Nonprofits, for example, they should not have ads. Period. Plain and simple. Nonprofits should not have ads. And I would say, any government organization, naturally, they probably should not have ads stuffed in there, but, and the list could go on, just to name a couple. Curvy Mermaid, an ad is an ad. It's usually up to the provider or channel network or service to display them. Not sure what that's in relation to. Austin said, yeah, they should let the creator pick the ad and maybe offer a small incentive kickback for some ads, which I'm going to get to something related to that in a second. David Lama, surprised they haven't done this sooner. And yeah, see, that's the thing. I actually agree with that point. You know, I I mean, YouTube used to always have ads on stuff, and then when they launched the partner program and had it rolling, at that point, that's when they stopped showing ads on free videos. Um. Okay, so B Slidem agrees that charging for access is bad. Uh, but if the ad randomly appeared there, it wouldn't be, I'm assuming. Um, let's see. Oh, you're gonna smoke a turkey for the family. Nice. Um, let's see. Austin, nonprofits shouldn't have ads. Church of Scientology, hello. Yeah. So even when I was saying that, I thought briefly about religions, and it's like, yeah, obviously don't show ads for on church videos. And when I say church videos, I don't mean like an ad for a church. I mean like within the church, like capital T, capital C. Yeah, that's dangerous territory in so many ways. Oh, and also to some extent, showing ads on some content can also be deemed as well. One thing would be opportunistic, uh, and just think about some of the various movements out there. If let's say I don't think there's an actual YouTube channel for quote unquote Black Lives Matter, but imagine, well, I'm trying to think what would be a better example, something that actually exists, for sure exists, like a organization that exists that is also a movement. um Nothing's coming to mind. Someone might have something. Anyway, imagine for a second if we'll just pretend that there's an actual like organized unit for Black Lives Matter. Imagine if for a second somebody paid for um oh god, the first thing that came to mind was terrible. I don't want to use this example because everything that I would say somehow sounds like it's worse than it's intended. um yeah, B slide him. That's a good one. We'll just use that. That's a perfect way to say it. If you put blatantly opposing stuff onto someone's videos, or if you were putting something that was clearly taking advantage of the type of message that's supposed to be going out, um anything like that, it would be it would be the wrong thing to be doing. And this can be morally wrong, ethically wrong, sometimes legally wrong. um Imagine for a second if obviously this wouldn't happen with YouTube, but I'm just giving a silly example because it's so easy. Imagine a fairly conservative church, and somehow ads for, we'll say, an adult site were to come on there. Again, this is YouTube, so that specific scenario could never happen. But if that happened, it would look like that church was somehow endorsing adult content, which of course they never would. Of course, depends on the church, but whatever. That's the sort of stuff that could come of this. And even by showing those ads, if it's not perfectly clear that those ads were not in some way specifically connected, it can look like an endorsement, even if it shouldn't. And likewise, if those ads end up on a channel that shouldn't have them, sometimes it could look like those advertisers are endorsing it. Even though we know better, most of the people who look at YouTube don't. Um, you're. I see. Beast Item, you were calling out the charge for access portion. Uh, so just to be clear, I think when they say that charge for access, I don't think they're saying that they're going to prevent people from seeing your videos. I think they're framing it that way because it's a way for them to uh it's basically a way for them to explain away YouTube Premium. So if somebody is paying for an ad-free experience, they might be basically saying, "Hey, we're counting those videos that they watch under YouTube Premium, even if they wouldn't have seen ads anyway. We still want to be able to, justify charging people, and this also just happens to, bucket include your video." That's my guess. I read the charge for access, and I thought that looked a little weird too, but I'm pretty sure it's just to cover their butts with YouTube Premium. Could be wrong. Who knows? Um, David Lama. So will it be cheaper to run a YouTube ad with these changes? Not sure how the ad world works. I will. You know what? I will come back to that in just a second because there are a few things to be said there, which also coincidentally leads back into some of my other notes. Um, but first, GOP channels saying or showing ads to vote for Biden or vice versa. Yeah, that sort of thing would be. It would be seen as very bad. Very bad, folks. Very bad. Sorry. Uh, Austin. Google would make so much more money, but letting them buy each other out for ads, or by letting them buy each other out for ad space. Yeah. You can see Senate Republicans now questioning Susan Wojcicki. I always have to stop and read that name. About ads on their page. Yeah, they absolutely would be doing that, and this would be the worst possible time for something like that to start happening. Okay, so how do ads work? Um, the basic way ads work, it's actually very similar to the way that AdWords, Google's AdWords or AdSense, whichever side of it you're on. It's very similar to how that works. Basically, an advertiser comes to Google, or in this case YouTube, and says, "Hey, we want to show." Oh, nice. I just saw Beast Item's screen photo. Um, but if basically they say we want to be able to advertise, here's the ad we want to put up. At this point, YouTube or Google AdSense, whatever, they basically it will just actually I'll just talk in terms of YouTube. They basically check the ad, make sure it's at least legal, and then um, they let the advertiser determine what sorts of things they want to target. And when I say target, it can be they can target certain demographics like age, gender. They can target certain common topics, things like the makeup world. They can target, let's see, sports. They trying to think of how else to frame this. Anyway, they can target specific demographics, and depending on how precise they want to be, how specific their targeting is, they usually pay slightly higher rates. Now, this also comes with basically a click-through rate attachment. So the more click-throughs that happen, usually the more they're going to end up paying. They're paying for both exposures and click-throughs. So at least I'm pretty sure they're paying for both on YouTube. I guess I have not actually checked this in a long time, but I do know that YouTube channels that have high click-through rates get paid way more. So I'm pretty sure the same is true on the other end. One second. So what that means is if let's say that you're a channel that caters predominantly to, and this kind of got kicked around in, wait, was it our Discord? Might have been the AP Slack. I don't remember now. Anyway, if let's say that your target market is all people that make 70 grand and above, your YouTube channel is very attractive to people who are all employed, they make good money, and for whatever reason they also happen to click through a lot of ads. We'll just pretend this is a thing. You are going to make more per ad, more per view, more per exposure than another channel where your target demographic is let's say teenagers, all of which okay, here's the good example. Let's say your video covers how to pirate movies. Obviously something that probably should not have a very long lifetime on YouTube, but what's basically going to happen, the viewers of that channel they don't click through ads. They don't buy the stuff that they're having advertised to them. They don't make a ton of money. That's usually why they're pirating stuff. So when those channels, they will get money for showing the ad, but they don't make as much money per ad as those first set of channels that are having a higher click-through rate with people who buy stuff. Those just simply are worth more. Those views are worth more. And AdSense does the same thing. So, they basically judge, is your site giving, does your site or channel or anything else produce customers that buy things, that are interested in things, and they're high value customers? If the answer is yes, then they get paid more per ad. One of the, I don't want to call it a dirty little secret, but it's something that everybody knows. Sites that cater heavily to certain markets, and I'm just going to say it outright. If you target India, I'm talking about you right now, you can get literally 100 times the number of views on your site, and YouTube pays way less per ad. They pay a fraction of what you would get if your audience is all US. So if you've ever wondered why there are a ton of websites that cater so heavily to the US, that's why. And it comes, this conversation has been had inside of AP. It's been had in a lot of other places. There's a reason why, I mean, yes, most of our people are in the US anyway, but there's a reason why a lot of news that targets, or that would be relevant only to certain geographies, will never get covered, whereas we cover US news all the time. That's the reason. It's a reason. Obviously, there's also an expertise level. Like, people who live in the US can cover US news a lot easier than they can cover news in India or the UK or any other specific country. But yeah, it is a truth to the industry. Let's see. AdSense is where creators get their money. Yep. And this is why the kid who reviews toys made $28 million in a year. It's entirely true. The kid got other kids to want to buy toys, and those kids demanded their parents buy stuff, and they had a ton of views, a ton of click through, and it works. Yeah, that kid killed it, because that is a very target rich, high value market. So yeah, that's effectively how the ads work. It's not like a specific company can just say, oh, hey, there's my there's a channel over here that I really want to advertise on. Let me have ads on it. You can't just do that. You have to target markets, and the more precise you're targeting, the more you're paying to get in there. Also, depending on the market, obviously, like a market of people who want to see videos about I don't know, we'll say farming equipment is worth a different amount than a market where people might want to see shoes, especially like men's shoes. When's the last time you saw a YouTube ad for men's shoes? Granted, I assume most of this group probably doesn't see YouTube ads. I imagine most of you guys are probably YouTube premium subscribers, but or advanced users. But yeah, you know, there's a reason you don't see a market for men's shoes in YouTube. It's not a very high value target per se. Whereas, and I'm comparing this to farming equipment. It's not like that's a huge market for advertising on YouTube, but it happens. Believe me, as weird as this may sound, that's actually a pretty common market. Um, anyway, so this, let me get back to my notes real quick. This this does bring up some interesting possibilities. One of which actually might be, I don't want to say it's a good thing, but it might make a little bit of sense in a couple of ways. Uh, it actually opens up the possibility for ads to appear on topics that weren't really accessible in the past. The first idea that came to mind for me was science-based content, where you might have, like, again, institutions or universities. They're not going to be partnered, but if a company had wanted to really advertise something that would have targeted those groups, that all of these channels that actually get a pretty high number of views for this type of content all would have been off limits because they weren't partnered. And as a result, previously there was I mean, not previously, still today, there's actually a really relatively small pool of YouTubers that cover this stuff. And it's not to say there aren't a bunch of science oriented channels and people doing sort of, I don't want to say educational stuff, but at least science oriented stuff on YouTube. There certainly are a fair number of those, but the ones that aren't just sort of like, we're going to do a fun experiment today kind of channels, there aren't that many of those where it's actual good YouTubers who are making regular content who cover that sort of stuff. It's very, very few. So if anyone wanted to target that, their ads would have only gone to these really small groups of channels. And so those channels, coincidentally, also made quite a lot of money because of this, because they were a rare resource. And that leads to yet another one of my issues, which is this basically just gave YouTube gave itself leverage over its partners, because now ads that would have gone to channels that made really good money, like the ads themselves might have even been worth a lot of money, they can now spread those out to a lot of channels they don't have to pay out to, but now they can collect the same amount from those companies that are paying for the ads without paying out anything otherwise. So high value ads just kind of become pure profit. They go into the ether and YouTubers will make nothing out of them. So this alone is very potentially problematic. Now, it's not to say that they're going to stop showing those ads on the higher throughput channels, but it raises the possibility that those channels are going to start getting diluted, and as a result they're going to be making less money. Now, how much do you care about this? Probably not a whole lot, but me looking at YouTube as a possible means of income someday, yeah, that's concerning because tech is already a relatively saturated thing, and if this has the result that I would expect it to, it means that everybody is probably going to start making less money because they're going to start getting the ads that don't get a high click through rate no matter what. They're going to be getting ads that weren't paid, that someone didn't pay for as highly because they didn't want to do targeting, or they're targeting something that now just became a very diluted market. Because this all does still just work on a supply and demand system. If there's if YouTube sells, let's say, 2 million views of a video or an ad, if they sell 2 million views and it gets spread out across, like previously, if it took, let's say, 3 months to get through 2 million views in a particular topic, they can charge a whole lot for that. Now, they're probably going to keep charging the same amount, but they're going to be able to get through it a lot faster. So YouTube is not going to be losing money out of this, but the channels are. They're going to be getting cheaper ads. It's going to be more accessible to provide ads to those channels. And also, well, okay, let me see. Is there no new comments yet? Okay. And then also hitting one other element to this. The reason most channels aren't partnered is because it actually takes quite a while to get to reach the limits or the requirements that are necessary in order to become a partner channel. You have to have 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours viewed in the last year, and I think those were the only two things, and also not violate any rules, not break any big rules. Which just for reference, the 4,000 hours thing is actually not that hard, because just realistically, it's a pretty low bar. As long as you're producing regular content, you'll hit that mark without too much trouble. Let's see. Just with the Ramblecast, or with the streams that I've been doing for what? This is... How many videos do I have? Looking real quick. On this channel, I have... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and this one makes 15. So I've only got 15 videos on this channel so far. And and according to this, out of that, 153 public watch hours, which is, I think they're maybe counting that a bit low, but all right, whatever. So out of that, in all honesty, it still doesn't take that much to hit 4,000, especially once you have a fair number of subscribers counted up. But that being said, I have 12 subscribers. So, the number, it's going to be a long time before I hit 1,000 unless a couple of minor miracles happen. At least with this channel. Hopefully with the other channel, that'll happen a lot quicker. So, when all's said and done, though, YouTube now has an incentive to slow down on making channels partnered. It already, like, historically, some channels have had problems getting partnered in a timely fashion. I've heard stories about a few of them taking upwards of like a month and a half, where YouTube says it should take only about a week. A number of channels have just had these weird complications getting anything to happen in a reasonable amount of time. And that was a problem before there was an incentive to do this. Now YouTube actually has an incentive to say, yeah, you know what, we're just going to drag our feet. We don't need to do anything. Not quickly, we'll get to you, we promise, and then just kind of not do it. Not only that, but this also now gives them more incentive to purge like bot and dupe accounts, any abandoned accounts, like possibly an account that hasn't logged in we'll say a couple of years. All of a sudden, maybe their YouTube subscriptions will just like start disappearing. I'm not saying that this will happen, but who's to say it won't? So, yeah, it doesn't ring as a good sign that this all could happen. And it also introduces one of the things that people have been concerned about. In fact, it introduces the possibility that companies are going to, or sorry, not companies, YouTube might show ads on a video that suddenly goes viral. And imagine a video that gets, say, 20 million views out of nowhere. By the time a channel can successfully become monetized, the viral video has already like had it had its day. YouTube has now made ads on, say, 20 million views, and the owner of the channel who's been working at this for a while is going to get nothing out of that. And then after that, that video might still get another 2 or 3 million views after that, and that channel owner might become monetized, but in the process they've had most of the value of that video completely lost. So yeah, anyway, my take on this is YouTube needs to come up with a mitigating solution. It's a long way to, or clickbait is going to get worse. I mean, clickbait was going to get worse no matter what. Websites have been going through their own version of this for a while, and I mean, you've seen how it's gotten with clickbait. It's getting worse no matter where you look. But yeah, I think first off, YouTube absolutely needs to create some sort of an incentive for, or not an incentive, but they need to come up with a mitigating solution. Basically, like, any money that a channel earns should maybe be held for 6 months or a year or something like that, pending becoming a partner. So if you've earned money for YouTube, you may not make it right away, but once you qualify as a partner, YouTube should then pay it out to you. And if not that, I would also argue even something that is sort of the halfway mark. Don't pay don't pay them necessarily, but offer something that is a reward. We'll say for a channel that is bringing money into YouTube, maybe even pay them out in something as simple as Google Play credits. If you're not high enough tier to become a partner, that doesn't mean you shouldn't still be getting a reward for what you've done for YouTube. So, this is at a bare minimum like a good way to pay something back. And maybe not Google Play credit. Maybe it could be gift cards of some type or any number of other things. This I don't see as a viable. I don't see reason why YouTube can't offer something as a kind of mea culpa. Like, here we don't want it to look like we're being greedy. We want to at least give you something. That should be part of this. That should have been part of this messaging from the start. So let's see. I would also argue that partnerships need to have a more direct path. Also, which leads to probably the biggest thing, if a channel is a regular earner and is doing really good, I honestly think the partnership program should just have a lowered bar. So, if some channel is ad friendly and they're doing well, they're not breaking any rules, it should earn them a progression. Like, start dropping those requirements. Instead of asking for 1,000 subscribers, drop it to 900. If they make it 6 months and have absolutely like perfect marks, drop that requirement to 500 and progressively drop those requirements. It obviously not to nothing, but get them to the point where it is more attainable to become a partner. And if someone's producing the value, they deserve it. There's no reason to to keep basically sort of robbing channels that would be doing really well if they just became partners. So all of that factors in. I will say there is one narrow edge, very narrow possible benefit to this. It might actually, there's now an incentive for YouTube to tweak the algorithm to give preference to videos that actually won't get payouts. They care about having people on the site and watching videos. They don't necessarily care about it being partnered channels anymore. So this actually gives the potential for existing like small channels that have not achieved partner status. It gives them more of an opportunity to end up on the homepage and in suggested the recommendations. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen. It's just a theory that it could. Like, there is now an incentive for YouTube to position those videos instead. And if that's the case, it actually could be good for people like me to acquire some attention. Not a lot. It'll never be much, but it would give small channels an opportunity to start getting closer to their partnership goals, and at which point they might actually make it there. Will this scare off any current users, or rather content creators? I don't want to say scare off, but I think it's going to incentivize a lot of people to do something that everyone has been saying for a while, which is find ways to diversify. Find other sites that could realistically be good places to upload content. Find other means for possibly getting your message out there, depending on what type of thing you're doing. Like, if you rely on the ads, that's obviously that factors in. I just realized how much my shoulder was overlit by that light. All of this could lead to how do I want to say this? This certainly could lead to problems with channels wanting to kind of leave. A channel that's barely making it, like, let's say a channel that was partnered before or is currently partnered, and they're just like, they're only barely over the limits. They're making a few bucks, but not enough, and all the means that they have for making money on YouTube are just garbage, and they're just not making anything. But now they're going to make even less, possibly. I could see that's not scaring them off, but I could see that giving them reason to ditch. I think really big channels that were making pretty substantial money, if their costs are high and they see that this is lowering the amount of money that they bring in, I could see them looking to other options. So in short, yeah, I mean, I think this will definitely scare off some. I don't think it's going to be devastating. I don't think it's going to send anyone running for the hills, not like any massive number of people running for the hills. But I think there are going to be, I think this is going to scare off at least a small percentage of people, which these are likely channels that already weren't going to make it. This will just take away incentive even sooner. So, we'll see. I hate to say it that way, but there is some truth in it. Uh, it's really tough to predict that one. Um, then there's non-partnered channels. Will this scare off any of those? Yeah, yeah. I don't. Maybe scare isn't the right word for that case. I think it's going to anger, or or no, I don't know what word I want to use, but certainly it's going to uh, give some channels reasons to look elsewhere. Um, some, I wouldn't be surprised if they start looking for opportunities to host their own content or looking for partnership networks. I'm trying to remember the name of the one that Legal Eagle just started not long ago. It Him and a few other channels went in together and they created their own hosting platform that, as far as I can tell, is really just like them. Um, and obviously they'll work with some other people. They want to work with other people, but they're not creating it as like an open free for all. They're just creating their own hosting network that's going to be them, uh, and any new friends that come along. They're charging a flat subscription fee to watch anything that's on that network, but that's about it. So they're not ad supported. They're just going the subscription route. And yeah, that sort of thing makes a lot of sense, but it only works with some people. And it's not, obviously it's never going to be super popular because people who want to watch 80 different channels in a month aren't going to want to go to, you know, 12 different partnered networks so that they can pay each one a subscription to watch that content. So, you know, this sort of thing is going to become an issue. In all honesty, what I think this might do is it might send a lot of people to networks that had previously not really offered this content but are going to have more requests to make themselves available to it. Which brings up the classic topic. Everyone brings it up all the time, but Pornhub. One of these days, Pornhub is absolutely going to open up their own site and say, "Yep, we're taking on YouTube. We know we have the technology, we have the size, we can do the scaling. We're taking on YouTube. We're not doing anything to shut down Pornhub, but we're absolutely going to start our own YouTube competitor." And yeah, you know, it's gonna be it will not show adult content, or it's going to limit what you can have on there. It's obviously not going to recommend adult content in any substantial way, but they'll welcome people to come over and be part of their thing. And I bet a bunch of YouTubers will hop immediately to doing that. So, you know, YouTube might have made a pretty big mistake with this. I don't think it's going to be devastating. I don't think it's going to crash YouTube or anything like that. But it's one more step. It like the frog in the frying pan scenario. You can put a frog in a hot frying pan, it'll jump right out. You put a frog in a cold frying pan, turn on the heat underneath it, and it'll slowly sit there until it cooks to death. YouTube has just raised the heat, and some of those frogs are going to notice that it's gone up and they'll jump out. Some are just going to keep letting the heat go, and there are others who are just about to join or just joined, and they're seeing this and they're going to say, "Yep, you know what? Nah, I'm good. I'm going to find somewhere else." And you know, that's why you have people who are choosing to go, or one of the many reasons people are choosing to go uh, do their thing on Instagram or do their thing on TikTok. It's because YouTube wasn't a hospitable environment for them in one way or another. So they're looking elsewhere. and they're smart to do it. I mean, there's certainly a few people who have made crazy money off of Instagram and TikTok and Twitch. Obviously, Twitch never could have been anything if it weren't for the fact YouTube irritated a bunch of people. So, and obviously YouTube wasn't offering the exact format that works well with Twitch, but even though they do now, it's not like a bunch of people turned around and said, "Yeah, we're going to leave Twitch and go to YouTube." They're staying with Twitch, and with good reason. Twitch is still making it easier for them to be profitable. So, and the same would happen if, let's say, Pornhub started opening their doors to regular content. Because, it's been a long time since I've checked. I'm mildly curious. What are their terms for monetizing? And it is on this day that I am browsing to Pornhub during a stream. Let's see. Content partners. And you can guess why I'm not sharing this window. I don't think anyone's surprised by this. Let's see. What do their terms say? How to earn revenue. Program benefits. Take a tour. No. Channel page. Right. Is this the... Okay, I don't see the terms specifically here for... It just says apply now. So... Let's see, is this just the view share program? Pays you every time your full-length HD content is viewed as a view share partner. You also receive a prominent join button under your videos. Okay, that must be what we're looking for. I don't see anything about a requirements list, like a required number of views or anything like that. Let's see. How about the requirements? Does anything about that come up? Okay, well, I think I found a page. Let's see, uploads, technical specs, video optimization, content partner tools, ad space optimization, know your audience, blah, blah, blah. This... They actually have a decent amount of information here, which I will give them credit for. But they're not sharing the requirements to be accepted into the ViewShare program. Not that I see. They also have a premium ViewShare program, which, or I think they do. They also have their model program. But where are the requirements? Okay. I'm not going to keep looking through here too much longer because this is starting to become a waste of time. But the basic premise is I'm pretty sure they're not asking for 4,000 hours of watch time or 1,000 subscribers. I bet the requirements are considerably lower. And all right, how about okay, wait, amateur program? Oh, wait, okay. Um. Okay. Does this have? Yeah, I still don't see requirements here. I'm not sure if they have requirements for what it's worth. It's possible that you just apply and you just get paid out if maybe you hit a certain threshold or something. Um, no, closing that tab before it makes any sounds. Um, is this going to be a video? No. Good. Okay. Um, the only strict requirement for joining as an adult performer is you have to be 18 years or older. Okay. So, still nothing about a view count or anything else that I see. I bet they still have one, but it's probably not very high. Anyway, they're more open to paying people out than YouTube is. That's setting a pretty high, or that's a very compelling argument to go somewhere other than YouTube. And yes, YouTube has the audience, but another site could very easily start drawing in an audience. It honestly is not actually that hard. Not given how quickly stuff spreads through other social networks. If somebody has an audience on Twitter, all they have to do is start really, really pitching their content from any other site. And if that site pays out at a decent rate, YouTube is going to quickly lose big portions of audience to other sites. It won't necessarily be universal, and certainly a lot of people will just like consume videos from multiple sites just as convenience allows. But all it takes is that little bit extra to sort of move the needle. And it just dawned on me, I still don't have. Let's see. Yeah, the music is not playing. So let's fix this and hope this doesn't break something. Okay, I have it playing in my ear. But how? Oh. Okay, and now it's working as it's supposed to. That's so weird. Okay, music wasn't working before, it was working, but I had to turn it off for other reasons. I won't go into why. It's very weird. Anyway, so yeah, I've been rambling on this YouTube thing for quite a while. Any other topics to get into? Any other thoughts or random topics that you guys have noticed? Not that it's super important, but the review I posted earlier today for the gimbals, I had not realized it before, but I had done these side-by-side videos. Oh, hey, there's even a comment asking for an Osmo Mobile 4 comparison. Okay. But yeah, I had done these side-by-side videos of carrying the gimbals handheld, or carrying a phone handheld versus using the gimbals with it. And I had I kid you not, a 1.5 gigabyte video recorded that corrupted itself. I'm so pissed about this because it included all these good comparisons. What I took a like hour and a half hike to make this video, and it had all these good comparisons in it, and whole thing lost. I have one side of it, the phone being handheld, but I don't have the other side, which is the phone and the gimbal. So, yay that kind of ruined my night once I noticed that. Let's see. What else? What else is there? There's so little conversation going on, or is it all going on? No, not in general. Though I see quick mentions in general. The Max server beast items talking about, which, hey, I gotta say that's half the reason I want a Mac Mini myself. Not, I'm not gonna do the air message thing, but I just want it so I can have a good server running that's power efficient, clean, easy. It can be a Plex server. It could be, I don't know, a dozen other things. That would actually be really, really handy. Honestly, many years ago, I always thought, and this might be crazy, but I always thought the ultimate goal that we were going to see coming through a lot of channels, or coming through a lot of homes, would be like the little server that would exist inside your house. Like, it would be the one thing that you could set up, and it would just perform all of the like home automation stuff. It would be a thing that managed your entertainment center, all of them maybe. Yeah, all of that. Somehow I always pictured that some sort of hub would live inside the home, and that never happened, which I'm not sure if I'm happy about that or not, but it always seemed like such a good idea. And maybe that's crazy now, and cloud stuff kind of made that irrelevant, but I don't know, I still see it possibly happening. And to some extent it does still happen, but only in the form of like a NAS drive or something like that for Plex servers. Anyway, so what else? Man, chat room went so quiet. I'm almost wondering if I should just pop open a game and start playing something. What else? Has anything interesting happened today? I'm quickly streaming through the Android Police news coverage. Oh yeah, Hangouts finally killed their group video calling feature, which, about time. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think they were dumb to kill Hangouts in general, but it's time. They need to move along with this stuff. Oh yeah, Cyberpunk is coming out in 3 weeks. Looking forward to that. What else? Man, the YouTube thing really like ran me out of ideas. That was my big. I wanted to come in here and just harp on it, but yeah, I don't know what else to hit. Google is going all in on Turkey Fund this Thanksgiving. There's the mainline thing. Oh yeah, Google Pay is adding fees to instant transfers. I mean, it's instant transfers, so they're just kind of getting in line with everybody else. But so far, I've seen nothing but hate for the new Google Pay. Everyone's either mad at the slow animations, or people are getting mad at the fact that the site is the Google Pay site is getting killed. Let's see, what else was breaking or wrong. Yeah, I don't remember the other thing. I know there was something else, but yeah, it seems like they've managed to just scare off even more people thanks to this. What else is happening? Oh, yes, Twitter. Twitter is going to reintroduce verified users. Let's see. Oh yeah, Hoopy in on Discord. Yeah, they added the fees to direct transfers too. That's right. Yeah, so it's instant transfers and direct transfers. So yeah, the direct transfer, that's a dick move. They shouldn't have done that, or they shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's such a I honestly don't know how much money that accounts for, but it's dumb. You know, that you want people on your service, even if it might cost you a little bit of money here and there, but it's not costing them enough to possibly justify doing this. It's going to alienate the users that they're trying to attract. Yeah, they added a bunch of features nobody wants, kneecapped the features people did actually use, and wrapped it up in a poorly designed leggy app. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing this. I'm sure there's some practical argument. They probably were losing money on Google Pay overall. Or maybe they weren't. I don't know. Maybe they were just breaking even and wanted to make more. But whatever this goal is, I don't think it's really going to help them. Apple Pay does it. Yeah, but you know, it just because Apple Pay is doing it doesn't mean Google Pay should. You know, it's one of those things. You want to win the fight, sometimes you have to take some sacrifices, and I think Google's sacrifices made sense given that they were trying to attract more people. And this is a game where you need to have more people. Samsung was attracting people with their rewards program. I know Google Pay now has the rewards program attached to letting them see your receipts, but that's not enough. And I'm not sure, is that even available to the US? I think it was, but I honestly haven't looked into it yet. But Apple gets away with this by being Apple. Samsung offers a really good rewards program, or at least better, the best thing out there as far as the rewards program is. So Google's thing was, hey, we eat a couple of the costs and offer features nobody else is offering. Like, each of these companies is trying to offer something. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So your point is Google's doing it because Apple did, and Apple got a lot of good press for the Apple Card, and, you know, ostensibly Google's gonna head down that same path. And seriously, my phone is waking up every time I say that name. Apple's getting away with it because they've given a compelling reason to do it, namely making it easier to buy Apple products and giving a luxury brand card. So I'm gonna have to disagree on the buying products part. They do technically, yes, like they're giving a discount on buying Apple products, and the Apple Card has a little bit of leeway on doing it. Plus, doesn't it come with like a no interest deal or something? I could be wrong on that. I would have sworn that was in there, but I never bothered applying for one, even though I could. Regardless, the problem with the thing is, the discount that they give, you can actually get the same discount from other cards. There's already been a matching discount. Um, let's see. Purchase of Apple devices gets possibly as much as 24% interest. Um, let's see. I'll just pull up the website. I might as well look. No point in guessing it's something that can just be confirmed with a little bit of scrolling. Let's see. Unlimited daily cash back. Get 2% daily cash back. Okay. Which isn't bad. You know, most of my cards are 2% with like between 3 and 5% for specific types of purchases. Pay for your new Apple products over time, interest free. Let's see what is the monthly installments program. Okay. Okay, zero monthly payments, no, or sorry, not zero. Low monthly payments, zero interest. Let's see. Did they give any other specifics? Because I know I looked at this a while back, and one of these days I'm definitely going to do this because buying their laptops with one lump sum sucks. Okay, I don't see it on their page, but I think there was some sort of a specific term, but it doesn't matter. Samsung's card can get you 30% off site-wide. So in other words, it can get the products down to almost what they would be if anyone else were selling them. Yes, and I will 100% snark on the fact that Samsung, on their site, holy God, their online store overcharges so egregiously for products. But yeah, I mean, I'm not faulting them for the fact that they offer a relatively good deal, just that their store is wildly overpriced. But yeah, so not saying Apple Card is the best, but all Google is giving is an okay app by banking standards and unclear benefits. Apple Card isn't for everyone, but don't think the Plex Card is for anyone. Yeah, I happen to agree. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Plex Card will get good or something, but for right now, I don't really see a reason why anyone's gonna want to go for this except just to have it. Which, don't get me wrong, like I haven't really looked into it, but I'm probably gonna apply for that. I should definitely apply for the Apple Card. Not that I'm gonna use it often or anything, but I may as well have it for the point at which I'm eventually going to end up using it. And the only reason that I even have two of my credit cards, I think it was two. The only reason I even signed up for them is because I wanted to get the like 12 or 18 month no interest. That offer works if you want to pay off something that you know you'll be able to pay off in that time. You just don't have the money right up front, or maybe you have the money. I mean, I've always generally had the money to pay something off up front, but to spend all of that money at once might tap an account, or at least put you into a low enough position that you don't feel comfortable with it. So, you know, you can confidently say, yes, I could pay it off, but I'd rather save some of that money for now. You know, no interest deals make that a really, really good option. Beast item. unless it's a deal somewhere else. Okay, I'm not necessarily talking about products like the Buds Plus, and those are fine. I'm thinking about things like their cases or wireless chargers. Samsung charges a lot for some of this stuff, at least way more than a competing product of equal or often better quality. Like, you know, you could get a wireless charger from, I think, Anchor for like half the price of what Samsung charges for their lower speed wireless chargers. And it applies to phones as well. Okay, and that's really cool. I'm assuming you don't actually get a full 30% off on phones. That seems really, really way too good if that's the case. And if you're getting 30% off on phones with their credit card, like, this is something obviously everybody should be doing. There would never be a reason to buy through a carrier. Not to say, like, maybe you could still get a carrier model through the Samsung site. I don't know. But my point is, like, no one should ever take any other deal if you can get a 30% off just by using their credit card. Okay. Yeah, see, this is why I start to wonder, because it sounds a little too good to be true. But like I said, why would anybody go to a carrier if... Okay, well, if it's a debit card, that sucks. You've seen my complaints about debit cards. I hate them. But yeah, it still, even as a debit card, it sounds a little too good to be true. Just for the mere fact that $1,000 phone, just because you're using Samsung's card, $1,000 phone suddenly costs $700. Like, that's it, like I said, just sounds too good. Let's see. And Hoopy had said, about the Googleplex card. Just to have it is definitely about as much justification you've needed on bigger things. That's fair. Would be interested to see a year from now a comparison of some major tech company credit cards, namely Apple, Google, Amazon, etc. Would not be an exciting post, but credit card stuff can be fun to read. Well, exciting, definitely not. But to be fair, funny enough, that sort of stuff actually gets views. So yeah, I could actually see something like that doing well. You looked up the Samsung thing, and all you can see is a Samsung Money by SoFi account that does up to 30%, but reportedly mostly 5%. I don't know if this the same thing B Slider was talking about. And B Slider was saying that you don't even have to use the card for the payment. Any payment method will work as long as you have the card. That sounds so bizarre. I mean, I don't have trouble believing that the card works more like a membership thing. But yeah, I'm not something. I don't know. I'd have to look into this. And the fact that it's up to 30%, or it says up to 30%, like, I still have trouble believing that they're giving a 30% discount on phones or all phones. I mean, are they giving a 30% discount on the Fold? Or well, I guess the original Fold probably didn't technically sell through Samsung.com. I mean, it did, but I doubt it was part of their quote-unquote store. But like, yeah, I don't know. This just doesn't sound right. Because again, if this is a thing, every person out there would be saying, sign up for a Samsung card if you're going to buy a Samsung phone. Um, Unrelated, but yeah, I think almost certainly I'm going to be signing up for that Apple Card very soon. Now that I have an iPhone I can actually use, which still stands out to me as one of the dumbest things about the Apple Card. You have to have an iPhone in order to sign up for it. Once you have it, you can almost kind of not use an iPhone ever again, but you have to have it just in order for the sign up process, which lame. Actually, is that still required? Now that I think about it. I see the apply now button. I don't know if the card is still, or if the phone is still a requirement. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this soon. Okay, you don't need an iPhone to apply anymore. That's good. That's very good, because the last time I went to apply for, I went to apply for one. I forget why, because it wasn't. I think it was more of a curiosity at the time. But yeah, if you don't have to have a phone to apply for one anymore, that's really good, because it was such a dumb requirement before. Okay, so, well, and just to be clear, when I said a phone, technically I meant phone or iPad, but, yeah, I know it requires you to sign into your Apple account, but I don't see if it requires actually using the phone or iPad. And part of my complaint right from the start, or back when it first came out, was you had to use an iPhone for this. Solana, yeah, talking about the Apple Card. If you had to use a phone for this, why not also let people with Macs sign up for it? Because that's what I would have done. Like, it would have been a simple, oh, all right, sure, I'm perfectly happy to sign up for this card and be required to have an Apple product, but I want my Apple product to be a Mac, not the phone. There's a whole lot of references to iPhone still on the front page. I go through this setup process right now, but I kind of don't. I need to do some account management stuff before I do that. Yeah. I know you don't have to have any Apple products to set up an Apple ID, but I know it used to be a requirement to have. It used to be a requirement that you had the iPhone for the Apple Card, and all I'm seeing in just the quick clicking around is that you have to sign in with an Apple ID, but I haven't seen any part where it says explicitly that you have to have a phone anymore. So I'm assuming that requirement may be gone, and it should be. Especially, and one of the points I made way back was, what if somebody wanted to buy their first iPhone with an Apple Card? Obviously, it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing there, where they're not going to have much incentive to get an Apple Card until the next time they buy an iPhone. So the smart move is to let them get the Apple Card and buy an iPhone with it. Anyway, Saldana, planning to sign up? Yes, I'm definitely going to sign up for an Apple Card eventually, if for no other reason than just to have no interest payments on future MacBooks. You applied on the web and were not approved. Odd. I won't ask how your credit score is. But I assume I assume it's probably credit score and income level. They're probably being kind of snotty about those. It's Apple, because they do that. Cecil on a wait. Apple doesn't do zero APR financing. Well, they do on their own products. Let's see. Let's pull up OBS and actually make sure I'm sharing the right screen when I do this. This is the Apple Card page. There's the tab. And I just realized how... Oops. Where am I at? That's not the one I want. Where's it at? Okay. Oh, I have two different... Damn it. I'll have to fix that. Okay. Anyway, so there's our page. Wait, was it? No, not there. Yeah, here it is. So make sure I'm still pointing at the right thing, and I am. Good. Okay, yeah, so pay for your new Apple products over time, interest free. That's their term for it. And oh, yeah, okay, I should have just clicked on that. But you can buy a new Mac, iPhone, iPad, Apple Watch, and more with interest-free monthly payments. Just choose Apple Card monthly installments and then check out. Your installment automatically appears on your Apple Card statement alongside your everyday Apple Card purchases in the Wallet app. If you have an eligible device to trade in, you'll pay even less per month, and you'll get 3% daily cash back on the purchases or on the purchase price of each product all up front. If you have Apple Card already, there's no additional application. If you don't, you can apply in as little as a minute during checkout from the privacy of your iPhone. So yeah, they're definitely doing interest-free payments on Apple products. And it is specifically Apple products, not like everything. you bought YouTube Premium for a reason. Hey, if Apple would sponsor me, I do ad reads. You hear that, Tim Cook? You can pay the writer at Android Police to do ad reads. He will do them. But beside him, Samsung approved for 3200 but not Apple. It might be because you applied to both too close together. And yes, that 100% factors into credit checks. If you open one account if you open one account and then this creates, of course, a so-called hard hit on your credit report, and of course opening an account does the same thing. So yeah, if you try to open a second thing in within a few weeks of opening an account, yeah, the second one will, I'm not going to say always fail. It definitely won't always fail, but the odds are actually pretty high. It depends on what types of accounts these are, but it does factor in. Let's see. Can't believe Cody is a blatant Apple shill. Believe it. Time to cancel Cody. The Cody is over party has begun. Uh, oh, Jesse, yeah. Uh, the yearly compare iPhones to Android phones article. Oh yes, believe me, there was a time when I would have argued against those harder, but at this stage, it's just hopeless. Certain people are determined to have those as much as possible, and it's not like I actually think there's anything wrong with having a post like that. It's the way that it always gets framed. It's it's so much about the, oh my god, look at how Apple just beat Android again. And it's like, no, no, that's not how it works. It, the I don't I don't subscribe to the killer mentality that people seem to think exists in the tech world. Look, I'm sorry, but if it were just about, hey, this new phone that came out is really cheap and it's pretty good, why is it that people are all riled up and rushing to go buy the really big expensive iPhone 12s when they could have just bought an iPhone SE 2? If it was just about price, just killed it. Why is it that a bunch of people kept going to buy Android phones if at all, if the SE2 was out there? It's such a load of crap. And this whole, like, everything's got to be a conflict mentality, it's bad. It is just genuinely, truly bad for the tech sphere, that it's always got to be about the killer phone, the killer app, the killer product. These things don't really exist the way people want to believe they do. And the news that gets made when a company comes out with a new thing, a new feature, a new hype point, it's interesting for 15 minutes, and then their competitors come out with something new. It may not be the same thing, it may not be as good, but it's something, and that's where attention goes next. And then the same thing happens again and again and again. But meanwhile, are we seeing massive swings in the market share of Android versus iPhone? Nope, not even close. I mean, if Apple really wanted to, Apple makes enough money, easily enough money. We're talking about the richest company in the world. They make enough money that they could very, very easily take all of their iPhones, all of them, every iPhone out there that is still in reasonable operation, they could upgrade them to iPhone 12s, like the 12 Max or whatever. They could upgrade all of them, and every person out there could just have literally the latest, greatest iPhone. But the thing is that it's not like that's gonna happen. It's not like they want to. It's not like even the people necessarily want that. But yeah, it's just such a bad argument. Anyway, I don't know where to go with that. I've gone on this rant enough times in the past, so it's not really worth repeating. But that, and now that I think about it, also probably time to switch back to that view. Also, I just noticed I was cutting off my head. Let's see. I just saw Hoopy's comment about pretty sure an Apple store would be happy to help sign you up for an iOS device and an Apple card. But yeah, anyway, the narrative that people are switching sides, it's not happening. There's no big rush as a new phone comes out, there's no big, massive adoption of new phones. There's still people who are perfectly happy staying on phones for a long time. There's some people that will hop from one side of the fence to the other just casually because they want to and they like that. There are other people who they found the side of the fence they're going to live on the rest of their lives. I mean, honestly, Apple could do nothing but release iPhones that are, 2 years behind the tech curve, that basically that never got new features or anything else. They could do this for the rest of time, and they're still going to hold like 15 or 20% of the market share in the US and parts of the rest of the world, just because some people will never ever during their lifetimes want to switch away from an iPhone. There are 20 somethings that will pay for iPhones every year or 2 or 3 just because they're iPhones, and they will do this until they're dead or until something just completely replaces phones. Likewise, the same thing is going to happen with, obviously, like the same thing's going to happen for Samsung. The same thing's going to happen for well, actually just those two. No one else could live off of the numbers that they're selling, but Samsung and Apple, if they just kept selling mediocre updates, they're going to have an audience that will last for life. Maybe not a good audience, maybe not a huge audience, and it might, dwindle as time goes by, but they have an audience that'll do that. Is it weird that the music that's playing, every time I hear this, all I can think about is doing runs in Fall Guys. This music is now thoroughly entrenched in my brain as the music for Fall Guys. And I don't know if you guys, I don't know how many people here have ever actually heard Fall Guys sound and music. It's really bad. I mean, like, really bad. Oh crap, I did forget the music credits. My bad. Good call on that. And that's also the incorrect one until I launch the extension, and that should update. There we go. That's the correct titles. So my deepest and sincerest apologies to any and every music producer who I have played and did not sufficiently show credits for your music. I apologize, and I will probably not very successfully make that up. But your credits will appear throughout the rest of this video. And it's not like the playlist is long enough that your credit won't eventually appear and your song will replay anyway. Let's see. Whenever you see random Fall Guys clips on the internet, the sound throws you off, right? No, and again, like, their music is bad. It's not the worst. I've heard games with worse, but how much better is this music for Fall Guys? It just fits. It's kind of like some games just have a certain sound to them. Oh, which, speaking of, I don't know if you guys heard about this. It seems to have made pretty wide circles around the internet. Cyberpunk 2077 is going to have a streamer mode where they don't play any copyrighted music. So that's kind of neat. I'm honestly curious, like, how much is copyrighted music a part of the game? And, like, to what extent will people be maybe playing it and you thought I was going to say it was delayed again. I still think it could be. Not by much. I think I talked about this before, but yeah, I think that they're gonna if they're going to delay it again, they're only going to delay it a week because they want that game out before Christmas. if they wait until after Christmas, they will be giving up. They'll be giving up millions of dollars, legitimately millions of dollars, if they don't get it out before Christmas. But yeah, anyway, not super important, but just my expectation. Let's see. A big budget game like that, what music they didn't license, but they're gonna put out an original soundtrack that could get caught in Content ID. Yeah, but the mere fact that they're doing a streamer mode tells me that they're probably going to be really, really keen on having a good relationship with streamers. And it would be insane not to. Like, that's 100% worth it for them. And also, I don't remember how far I got into saying this, but it's a thought I've had. I wonder how much of part of the game that music is supposed to be. Like, is it going to be one of those things where you just casually would have heard a couple of songs that you liked, or that you would know from the radio? Or is it going to be a case where, like, music was actually a big deal in the game? Or at least a couple of the storylines, maybe. I don't know. It's just a thought. It strikes me as interesting. Cecil Donna, the launch is so close to the holidays that the devs will be fixing bugs. Yes. 100,000% true. Those devs, I mean, it was going to happen no matter what. Even if they gotten it out in what was the original target date, like November 4th or something? Well, not original. That was back in April. But they were, at one point, I think it was supposed to be early November, or maybe it was October. It doesn't really matter. Whenever it was, they were still going to be fixing post-launch bugs easily through Christmas. There was no chance they wouldn't be. In fact, I'd go so far as to say they were probably facing unless they had launched, I'm going to say August. August might be a little too harsh. Maybe unless they launched, let's say, before the end of September. So if it was October and anything after that, I think they still would have been fixing bugs through Christmas. And it's not like it's all going to be game-breaking bugs, but it's going to be bugs in... It would have been bugs in, like, storylines. It would have been bugs in scripting. It would have been bugs related to specific computer setups, like certain types of hardware. It would have been bugs in, like, audio that doesn't play in the right sequence all the time. It would have been even just like storyline, like typos and things like that. They're going to be fixing this stuff for months, and I think 3 months would have been a minimum. Honestly, I truly honestly, I mean, look at what happened when Borderlands 3 came out. Borderlands 3 was packed full of bugs, and they were doing regular hot fixes like every few days, and that went on for weeks, and they were still actively fixing bugs easily 3 months into it. And it's, you know, obviously they're still going to be putting out new content. Borderlands was still putting out new content, and they had to fix bugs that arose because of new content. And the same thing's going to happen here. They're going to be in a constant, like, release fix cycle for 3 months. I don't think there's even a question to it. They're just going to be living this life for that time, which sucks. It means that they basically do not get a Christmas. That being said, they're also going to be getting a payday, so they'll be getting a Christmas. just not a work-free Christmas. Bethesda hasn't fixed a bug in over a decade. I'm pretty sure CD Projekt Red could get away with Christmas off. You're not wrong. Oh, Bethesda. Such an easy mark to make fun of. But yeah, anyway, Cyberpunk, I'm sure, is going to be a disaster when it comes out. It doesn't matter. It's still literally now the most anticipated game for the entire year, because people have kept expecting it the whole damn year. And I don't know if you guys saw, but I think there was a new trailer today that's just like almost entirely Keanu Reeves scenes. So, you know, they're definitely hyped. They're focused on marketing the living crap out of this. So if they delay it, there's going to be hell to pay. So many people are going to absolutely murder them if they delay this one more time. And just to answer, I will not be one of those people who's looking to murder them, but I will be one of those people who's disappointed. I was actually, for a long time, I was planning on skipping Cyberpunk, but seeing as how it'll probably be the most interesting thing to be doing, I think I'll jump on streaming it. Might as well. I mean, if Stadia works now, it's the right time to just jump on something and play it for the hell of it. So, who knows? Might acquire some new viewers, which would be obviously ideal. This music. No, as far as I know, they haven't given out any codes. I don't think that they have. And even if they do, the part that's gonna suck is even if they do give out codes, there's no way they're gonna give out enough, especially for something that popular. I mean, everyone in AP is gonna be, if let's say that they gave out 3 codes, those are gonna be like 100%. Taylor's gonna take one. Somebody else is going to jump on another, and I wouldn't be surprised if at least one editor doesn't do the whole, nah, you need to give one of them to me or us or something like that. Like, people at AP, even the ones who make a lot, are cheap. Play some Fall Guys this weekend. I could. Hell, not to be perfectly honest, I'm really tempted to fire up Fall Guys right now just for the hell of it. Let's see. Oh. This is unimportant, but I just saw a conversation at AP. There's some yelling, not like angry yelling, but why do we not have a whole ton of Black Friday deals posted already because everyone else is doing it? And it's like, come on. AP has been doing it too, just not quite as aggressively as the others. But huh. Oh, you. Amazon did another kind of daily deals thing, but it's like all Black Friday deals, and it's all... Wait a second, what is this? Is this an Adobe Creative Cloud discount? Adobe Creative Cloud, entire collection of Adobe Creative tools, plus 100 gig storage, 12-month subscription with auto renewal, billed monthly, PC and Mac, for $40. This can't be right. Because $40 would definitely not pay for a year. Huh. Alright, one line in this said... Okay. This looks like it might just be one of their, like, first-time customers only things. That's a shame. Tell Artem to write a post. Yeah. Once a year. That's... I would call that an ongoing joke, but it's actually true. Artem typically writes about one post a year. And not always for things that make a lot of sense, but he technically does usually do it. Not really sure why, but he does. Oh, let's see. Where is where are my network cables to make this thing happen? I think the last one was the Google Home Mini issue. Yeah, very well could have been. I don't know. It's been a while for sure. But I haven't been watching super closely, so I'm not confident enough to say with certainty. Let's see. What else do I need to plug in? HDMI cable. But yeah, to be fair, you make a good point. Fall Guys could be worth playing, because honestly, we seem kind of low on topics, and I'm rambling more than usual, so might as well put something on screen to go with it. But certainly keep talking, because I will it's not that hard to talk while Fall Guys is going. Laptop is starting up. I need HDMI cable going to that, which... Okay. Where did I hide that HDMI cable? I recently unplugged like half of my stuff. Is there a Thanksgiving theme for Fall Guys? I don't know. If there isn't, there should be. I mean, I've seen turkeys, so I'm going to say even unintentionally there is. Wait a second. So that cable... Oh, yeah. Okay, I can just use this cable. I think. Okay, good. I can pull this far enough without it tearing things off the table. All right, and woohoo, that's connected. All right, partial success. Did any of Stadia's Black Friday sales this week pique my interest? Oh my God, no. No, not even close. let's see. Where's... Okay, I'm pulling up the... I'm pulling up the list right now. No, not that one. Wait. Damn it. Okay, where is it? How about the Stadia blog? Here we go. Yep, this is the right one. Alright, so... really quickly, just... Me. Okay. Just to quickly mention it, Hitman 2 is going free was actually probably the most interesting thing that happened out of this whole post, or out of this announcement. But Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I mean, not bad. It went down to $24 or 28 for the Ultimate Edition. That's, you know, not terrible. Borderlands 3 going down to 20. If I didn't already have it, that would be mildly attractive. Destiny 2's expansions, whatever. Doom, okay, I guess I was at least mildly tempted for a minute to go with Doom Eternal. At $20, or for the deluxe edition, I guess 30. That's not bad, but I don't really care enough about playing Doom. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Far Cry 5. I guess I've heard decent things about the Far Cry series, but meh, not really that motivated by it. Ghost Recon, not my thing. Grid, not my thing. Hitman, again, nice, but I don't know how far I'd get through that. Just Dance, like, I don't even understand how Just Dance works on this, but okay. Lara Croft and the Temple of Osiris, Little Nightmares, Marvel Avengers, which apparently Marvel Avengers still hasn't made their money back. Which means they're probably not going to. I mean, if we're being honest here, this is probably not going to go well for them. Metro 2033 Redux, Metro Exodus. Yeah, look, I tried playing whichever Metro was free on Stadia for a while. Did not like it. It was the play, the controls were bad. Monopoly. Okay, Mortal Kombat 11, actually, I would like to play it, but I don't think I'd spend enough time with it. Yeah, seriously, Marvel Avengers flopped so hard. They screwed up. They never should have made that game, I think. And tie-in games like that never do well. Let's see, see Sylvana, you Snake Jedi Fallen Order for like $15. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I did hear a lot of people mention that one, and I think that's probably the thing almost everybody who was interested probably went for that. You spent $15. Okay, that went down to 24. So I'm guessing you probably still had your $10 credit left over. Let's see. First level's gorgeous at 60 frames per second. The following levels kind of suffer from frame drips. Yeah, it happens. Let's see. Apparently it's a similar issue with other platforms. Guess the game just isn't optimized well. It's becoming common. I mean, look at Borderlands. Borderlands just failed at optimization in a big way. Let's see. The Black Black Friday sales are kind of bad if you have Stadia Pro. The only interesting games have already been on Pro. Yep, very true. Which I can't tell what their strategy is supposed to be with Stadia Pro. Are they trying to make, like, for a few months will go by and you really should have Stadia Pro and it's a good deal, and then like a couple more months go by and it's like, nah, you probably should just cancel because you can pick up stuff pretty effectively just by buying what you want instead of, you know, paying the monthly fee for it. But let's see, PGA and NBA, yeah, I'm not into it. PUBG, I don't have an interest. Rage 2, I don't know much about, but not really my thing. RDR2, I've heard Red Dead 2 sucks. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I've heard people say that. Supposedly 1 was the amazing thing, number 2 was bad. Rise of Tomb Raider. There's so many damn Tomb Raider games. Just no. So Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, it's not really my thing, but you know, it is what it is. Crew 2, no interest. The Division 2, I actually have, thanks to a code. Elder Scrolls Online, not my thing. Tom Clancy, Ghost Recon, no, not even close to interested. Tomb Raider again, a different one, still not interested. Trials Rising, I don't actually know what that is. Uno, no interest. Watch Dogs Legion, actually that I kind of want to play. But the sale on it isn't even that good, so not really interested. Wolfenstein Youngblood, I'm kind of tuned out of Wolfenstein these days. And then WWE 2K, yeah, not even close to interest. Like, this list, the couple things in here that I would even be interested in didn't get a very good sale. And everything else, no interest at all. So, yeah, not a very motivating sale, that's for sure. See, Solana, you used your brother's account to buy it and used his coupon. Nice. Jesse, you heard 1 was really good and 2 was just okay. Yeah, RDR for sure. So I've heard a few good things about RDR2, but everyone says that the story just isn't good and it's a very grindy story. And yeah, I've never played either of them, so, you know, whatever. See, Solana, Watch Dogs is also 30 FPS apparently on Stadia. I don't really care that much about the 30 FPS. I mean, I can see a difference, but it doesn't really bother me. And as far as I'm concerned, 30 doesn't matter nearly as much on a game like that. You know, 60 is better, obviously, but I can live with 30 on that sort of a game. Okay, just saw another conversation I wanted to quickly skim, but yeah, all things considered, I just don't see anything about the Stadia sales that are gonna move me to spend money. Let's see. Yeah, 30 versus 60 doesn't bother so much, but frame dips can get annoying. Yeah, that I'll agree with. I mean, 100% I'll agree with that. Okay, let's see. We're gonna try, because I need to switch monitors here. And sometimes OBS does stupid things if I do that. Is it going to happen this time? I don't know, but so far no screens are actually on, which is, well, okay, now I've got Windows. That's a good start. Love how you can install a Windows update and it just pops up and is like, hey, we want to finish setting up your device. No, you shouldn't need to set it up. It was already set up. Yes, keep my current browser, you morons. Alright, so... okay, stuff... Good, stuff's still working. Had my doubts. No, we aren't gonna link a phone. Don't ask me to do that. Come on, Windows, be better. Just be better. Jesse, that's exactly the questions I just got. Well, I got asked about the browser. I haven't been asked about Cortana, but yeah, that's off too. Oh, and an advertisement, full screen ad. Hold on. Let's switch views because at this point I feel like it's deserved. Yep, there we go. Yeah. Big, huge ad. Save 50% on your first year of Microsoft 365. Cool, so installing your OS update is a good opportunity to tell me about the services you offer that I don't actually have a use for. But no thanks. Jackasses. Yep. Cool, that was super worthwhile. Thanks for making me sit through all that. Okay. Well, this thing is... How did my battery get drained? And why is it... Okay, so it's not even really drained. It's just down a little bit on one of them. It's weird that it's even down a little bit, though. Alright, and controller in hand for when that portion of the event comes up. And so, just for reference, I won't be able to position these chat... Well, you know what? Actually, take that back. I will be able to kind of see Discord's chat in case something happens in there, but more than that, I'm basically just watching the YouTube chat now. Alright, seriously, Discord, you can... All these things starting up. Stop. Okay, GOG, GOG, whatever, go away. Text expander, you're dead to me right now. Discord, for some reason, has signed itself out. Keep it that way. Alright, okay, let's please close all these things. I really wish there was a way just to tell Windows, hey, please, only start up like the small subset of things this time. And next time you can start everything. I swear, I promise. I'm actually going to transition back for a second because a couple of these are about to show email addresses. Because, you know, that's a necessary thing. Come on. And Dropbox. Seriously, the Dropbox interface is the slowest loading thing. I swear, it's almost as if it's starting its own sub-process of Chrome. And being like, hey, we have so many things we can't wait to show you. No, you don't. Please, just stop. Make it go away. I mean, seriously, it's still loading. I for a second I thought that animation was going to be like, no, we're done. Nope, it's still going. Like, why? Come on, Dropbox, seriously. It does not take this long. Electron needs to die. Yes. Well, and even at this point, Discord loaded faster. Slack loads faster. All the other Electron stuff loads really fast. I don't know why Dropbox is this slow as can be thing. Oh. And in the meantime, hey, yeah. Google Backup and Sync is like, yo, I'm just gonna grind and check everything before I give you back control. Anybody else want to stop? Okay, that's a little closer. And Dropbox, finally. Thank you, douchebags. Okay, Dropbox has been quit. And okay, yeah, there's an update for Fall Guys. That one's fair. I'm not surprised by that. Okay, so Fall Guys is downloading. Hopefully this doesn't tank stream performance. Let's see, we can swap back over to this. Currently downloading at about 200, a little over 250 kilobits per second. That's not terrible. Not good, but... Oh, whoa. Holy crap. Okay. Suddenly just spiked way up. That's good. I like seeing that. Not sure how this line is happening the way it does, but okay. And Among Us apparently has an update too, but we don't care about that. Alright. Now you guys can watch me get frustrated. Switch to the Discord web app. It's way better and just as feature rich. So I don't want to. That might actually make a lot more sense on my Windows machine. So I'll grant that. It would probably actually be a good idea on the Windows machine. It would be in my opinion, kind of a bad idea on my Mac, because I like that it has actual native behavior on the Mac, whereas it, like on Windows, I basically don't use it. It's never signed in. I don't really care. Hold on, just moving things around a little bit. All right. Got the grandpa arrangement going. Blanket on the legs. Because, I don't know. Semi-cold house. Hey, Curvy Mermaid, welcome back. But, change the YouTube description. I guess I can. I don't know. This is still the Ramblecast. It just coincidentally has also turned into a little bit of Fall Guys, because why not? Recently, we removed Steam names from Fall Guys to avoid offensive words appearing in game. Today, you can generate a new name that's easier to pronounce than Fall Guy 2345. Your new name is Popular Bitter Flyer. I don't like that. It's just a Lame name. Okay, how about... Where's it going to be? Profile. Okay, let's try something new. What else do we get? Vivid Glowing Climber. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. Not enough. Anything else? Popular Daring Grizzly. I don't know. I could go with that. So, okay, so you mentioned if you already have Chrome running. As it turns out, that is part of my logic because I actually don't have Chrome auto starting on Windows. Yeah, Chrome. I'm perfectly happy to have Chrome start on my Mac, but start auto starting on Windows just not worth it. Because 9 times out of 10, if I'm starting the Mac, hell, not even 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, I actually don't start Chrome. I only start Chrome about once every, I'd say 3 to 4 months on this Mac, or sorry, on Windows. It just not that useful to me when seriously, frame rate is borked. Like, my frame rate sucks right now. What the hell's going on? Oh wait, did I let's see. Yeah, okay. I did. Okay. Now, what in the world? Said it would be a bad on. Well, okay. So I like having Discord on the Mac as its own app, and I want that because of the fact it will live there as a native app. Let's see if the frame rate will get better because it's the flyover is doing pretty well. It's not perfect, but it's close. Loses a bit on turning. Yeah. Oof. Okay. First time I've ever seen a wrecking ball on those things. That's annoying. I disapprove of it greatly. Oh, there goes my frame rates. Oh my god. Look at those frames per minute. Frames per minute. And I'm just getting absolutely butterfaced. Oh, so close. Okay. So yeah, come on, let me out. All right. Let's try real quick. I'm gonna try quitting out, and let's see if maybe I can quit a couple more things, possibly. Or maybe not even about quitting so much as Just at least getting that window out of the way. Do I have anything else open down here that's... Wait, what is this? Okay, well, I'll do that later. I don't care about that. New icon for that, that's interesting. Creative Cloud should definitely go away. I don't know why that's popping up an icon now. And Sync Center, I guess, can't be killed. Oop. Didn't mean to drag that in, but okay. Alright, let's try restarting. Or, well, starting it again. Okay, so when the Discord app is a native app on Mac, what it gives you is, first off, a red dot and a counter down in your dock, actually showing you number of times that you've been, like, DM'd or tagged. Plus, the red dot indicates that there are unread messages, though, to be fair, that's largely useless if you're part of more than, like, 2 servers. So, you know. Oof. I already saw a frame drop on a screen that probably should have been smooth. I'm not holding out a lot of hope that this is going to look okay. I might just have to restart Windows. It does on Windows on the taskbar icon. That's great. But I'm still using Mac most of the time. So, I mean, I don't really care about Discord on Windows at all. Like I probably I don't want to say I'm gonna uninstall the app, because there's, you know, I don't need to get rid of it that badly. I just need to not have it auto start. But on Mac, I want the app because it gives me those things. Plus, it pops up native notifications, which, yes, I know can happen on web, and I assume it probably does that, but it can't do, like, all of the things native notifications can and will be able to do. So, yeah, it's not the same thing. Ooh, yeah, I definitely see frame drops. It's pretty smooth now, or no, it was smooth for a second. Yeah, this is gonna look like garbage again. Damn it. Right, you get push notifications from the web app when it's open, but that's when it's open. Though I don't think you actually get push notifications on the I don't think you get push notifications if the app is closed regardless. Anyway, yeah, I'll play until I die, and then I'm just gonna restart Windows, and we'll see if that fixes it. I also wonder if maybe they just pushed an update to Fall Guys that might have just janked performance. Oh, of course, we get a team match that's absolutely going to be awful to try to compete when frame rates suck. Okay, let's just start picking on yellow. Because yellow definitely can go. Oof. Okay, we don't even care where yellow's balls go. We just want yellow to have no balls. Sorry, yellow. Sucks to be you. Oh, come on. We just lost so much traction. Damn it. Okay. Update NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Not right now. No way in hell am I going to sit through an NVIDIA update. That's going to be like 30 minutes later. Nah. No, if a restart to Windows doesn't fix it, then I'm not going to worry about Fall Guys tonight. Update Windows. That could be what got us into this mess. Okay, let's... Oh, wait, am I not going to have a choice? Oh, they do give you options now. Okay. Restart. We'll install the update later. When did they start giving an option? Because it used to always be... It wasn't that long ago that if it downloaded an update, it was just like, yo, you're updating. You can turn it off, or you can update it, but... Or, sorry, you can turn it off, you can restart, but one way or another, you're updating. And now we've got options. I appreciate that. It only took, what, 8 years to fix that really, really stupid bug? And yes, I call it a bug. Alright. Oh, it was more than 5. I don't know. It might not have been more than 5, but I'm gonna say it's more than 5. You know, now that I'm looking at it, I should really just uninstall Streamlabs too, because that is completely, utterly useless to me now. Okay, we're gonna... Not that I need to, but we're gonna transition back to this view for just a minute while I wait for all this stuff to slowly start and then stop it all again. Okay. Quit G-Hub. Quit text expand. Come on, give me the menu. I just want to quit all of the things. Windows 10 has been out since 2015. Right, but that stupid like forcing you to install thing, I'm pretty sure that was there in Windows 8. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd swear that was part of Windows 8. If it downloaded an update, it didn't give you a choice. Okay, so all of those have been quit. For some reason, there we go, text expander. wasn't giving me an option for a while. And the Google backup. Please die. You slow loading bastard. Make it go away. Okay, are we there? Are we there? Almost? Maybe? Kind of, sort. Oh, still have to kill Dropbox. Oh, Dropbox started quick though. What the hell's up with you? That you suddenly decide to be a good boy. All right, Fall Guys is starting. Cool. This is almost what we signed up for. Okay. Though, all right. This is a slow startup though. But that is a good opportunity for a water break. Remember, people, hydrate. Whatever happened to Hydration Bot? Is that still a thing on Twitch? I remember it used to be on the AP channel forever, and then just one day it kind of vanished, and we never saw it again. Oh yeah, this is looking a lot smoother. Still the. So, after which do you see coming first? YouTube allowing people to fix their typos in their comments, or Twitter supporting editable tweets? All right. No, YouTube doesn't allow editable comments. I'm saying, which do you think will happen first? I don't see either of them ever happening. I think Twitter has made its position unintentionally very clear. Editable tweets is never going to happen. Oh yeah, sorry. YouTube, wait. Yes, YouTube's comments are editable. I mean in the live chat. Yeah. Yeah, the live chat is the one I was referring to. I don't think they're ever going to make that editable. But comments you can edit. Believe me, I know. I've moved, or I've gone back and tweaked a lot of old comments because people are stupid. I left a comment on something like 9 years ago, and once a year, people still reply to it with incredibly inane, idiotic comments, and it's like, I finally gave up and went back and deleted basically the entire comment and just said something to the effect of, look, I give up, you guys are awful, this comment's going away because I can't deal with idiots anymore. Oh. Oh, damn it. Now I think I'm literally at the back of the line. This is not good. Alright. Nope. I got so screwed on that. Okay. Come on. And you can't tell me Wednesday night's like the big... all the pros are getting into play. I wouldn't believe you. Was I trying to take the hammer? It was the only way I could have stood a chance. If I got really lucky, I could have made the jump and possibly got propelled across the line. I will never use the hammer on that level if it's realistically possible to not need to. But yeah, that time there was no option. It's Thanksgiving break though, all the kids are out. Yeah, okay, that's fair. But dude, it's Verona Kairos. All the kids were out of school anyway. Okay, I might be crazy, but I feel like I'm falling down a lot less easily. I wonder if they actually decided to make it a little bit less uh, gravity aggressive. Also, wow, talk about making that last stretch easy. Um, Austin, whoa, new skin. I've been using this skin for a little while. Um, Not super long because I think I just got the Jester's hat. I don't know, like a week before the last time I played Fall Guys, but it was something like that. And could I possibly get a few games on the Steam Autumn sale? Uh, we'll see, but I kind of feel like Cyberpunk is already probably about as much as I want to toss on games. Um, I don't know. It might depend on what they are. Oh, dude. Seriously? How does someone not make that jump? But, games we could play together. Well, I get that, but I mean, it depends on what they are and, like, how much that's gonna cost. Um, oh, when I get a PC? Uh, well, yeah. I mean, when I get a PC, it's gonna open up more options on games. Not that obviously I'm playing on a PC, but well, let's see what they are. Because there's also still like, I'm how do I say this? Like, I'm not a I'm not such a hard whoa. That this is a different level. I have definitely never seen this level before. Oop, oh, that was a dumb jump. I might be making a mistake going this route, but I think I kind of dig this idea. Oh, I did not realize that was there. All right. Well, that's neat. Wow, 4 people are already through. Oh, damn you. You tripped me. You sucked. Battlefield 3 and 4? Maybe. I don't know, I never really got into Battlefield. I'll take a look at it again. Because the last time I think I really looked at Battlefield was, I don't know, probably like around I don't think the original. I think the last time I really paid any attention to it was probably around like the second one. But yeah, I'll take a look. Also, I'm not sure how well they'll play on this machine, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I kind of dig this map actually, because this is sufficiently skill-based. People are obviously still not very good at it, which is good for me. Convincing Kirby to go Stadia is not... I don't see that happening either. Random question, because I know... so, just on the subject of multiplayer, does anyone know what the multiplayer story is supposed to look like? Does anyone know what the multiplayer situation is supposed to look like with Cyberpunk? Because I know it has it. And seeing as the game is very clearly heavily inspired by what is GTA. Face twice. Nice. Yeah. I wasn't gonna get through that crowd. Damn it. There we go. Oh, damn it. You jackass. You ruined it for all of us. Okay. Whoa. Almost lost my footing. We'll just take the easy route. There we go. Free and clear. Dude, I don't want to. Would you just let go? You retard. There. Jeez. What the hell was with that? And apologies to anyone who may be sensitive to particular word choice. That was unintentional. But what the hell, dude? That was uncool. You were saying when I get a PC. Did he get eliminated? Oh, hey, that's convenient. Okay, we're getting close enough now that... Ha! First! I shouldn't have even taken the risk, but... I don't know why I felt like that one was a safe bet. Beside just found out that when you say okay G while casting to a TV, it lowers the volume on the TV. Yeah. That's actually been a thing for a pretty long time. Turns out if you say it, if you're using Android TV, or at least a Shield, I guess I don't know if it works on all the others, but I assume it does. If you're using Android TV, when you say the activation phrase, it will also do it there too. Damn it. I stumbled. So close. I screwed up 2 moments, just barely. What campaign thing was I talking about? Yeah, I'm not sure now. Somebody remind me. Let's see. But yeah, it's the going quiet thing is definitely the same on Android TV. It's actually really annoying sometimes because, dude, Android TV, OKG gets triggered by so much stuff. I mean, all the freaking time. It's ridiculous. Your regional sports network doesn't have an Android TV app. I can't say that's surprising, but at the same time, it feels like it should be surprising. Oh, clearly they are changing up all the maps. As far as I'm aware, the Sabrina remote does not. It doesn't listen for OKG. It just has a button to activate it. Am I correct? Oof. Okay, we'll just... There we go. They just got Roku and Apple TV apps. That sucks, but at the same time, I can't say I'm surprised. For whatever reason, making Android TV apps is just super unpopular. I set a record for activations on this cast. I I think I'm being pretty cautious. I'm trying. Um I've been trying to say OKG when I can. It's just the actual times that I've had to say the company name. Man, every single time for some reason my phones have just gone ape. Yeah, I should push people in more often. Ah, I did that wrong. Oh, I jumped a little too soon. What the? Okay, that time I actually jumped. It just didn't register in time. All right. Oh. I might have trouble on this map. And I was just saying how much I liked it. Whoa, and that was stupid. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I'm qualifying. Yeah, I've screwed up so many times on this round. Some of which are genuinely my fault. Others were. A couple of those others I would argue the ref owes me one, but whatever. Yeah, no. Not on that nameplate. Okay, let's try this again, and this time it's free and clear. Like, walk right through it. It's coming. Not even a question. Oh, how great would it be if I could get a PC? That, or for that matter, you know what would also be awesome? If game companies would start releasing stuff for Mac. Then just pick up any of the recent Macs, be able to play like everything smoothly because they absolutely blow away PCs right now in terms of performance to cost. Waiting for a little bit of shade to come out of that one. Either some people aren't next to their keyboards or they're working on longer replies. Oof. No. Oh, whoa, those are new. Those are new. Oh my god, those, I hate those. This sucks. I don't like them. Damn it. Too many people crowding in all at once. Okay. Well, it wasn't the greatest run, but it was perfectly solid. Okay. I'm quickly doing that little tap-tappity thing with my phones because the thing needs to happen. It's still Mac OS. Apple just took away any chances is buy one since you can no longer run Windows. You can still run Windows. It just has to be an ARM-based Windows, and it's in a virtual machine. But there's currently no reason it cannot be virtualized. And from what I understand, there may be coming a multi-boot option. But it has to be like a certified thing. It can't just be the like the classic boot camp. You won't be able to do that, but you'll be able to do sort of a multi-boot with like a certified version or something like that. Oof. Okay, crowd was not in my favor on that one. Whoa. Ah! Bastards. Man, there were some people that just got such a clear run to the... Whoa. Sorry, dude. I didn't intend to trip you. That was just a happy accident. Not available to the public OEMs. Oh! Almost. Got the ricochet. Oh, damn it. I screwed that up. Ah, damn it. Okay, I got knocked off my track a little bit by the other dude. Alright, easily getting there on time. Not available to public, only OEMs. Oh, ARM Windows? As far as I know, they have never said that that's going to be an official thing. They just haven't. They've only sold it to OEMs so far. But as far as I'm aware, there's no license that's making that a strict thing. Okay. And I'll deal with the rest of that stuff later. Oh, come on, guys. Is there... No. I was going to say, are there like 3 people hanging out? 3 people hanging out at the finish line? No, not even. Oh, dude, you're going to wait for a long time if you're taking this route. You dummy. I have a feeling, and I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that at some point Microsoft and Apple are going to work it out that you can install Windows on a Mac. But regardless, my stance is game companies just need to start shipping games for Macs in the first place. If they do that, there won't even be an argument to run Windows for most people. Because it's not like there's that much software, like regular run-of-the-mill software. Not much of it really requires Windows anymore. Most of that stuff has moved over to web apps. So outside of professional applications and just the, oddball utilities and stuff like that, that most of that stuff you can find comparable versions of anywhere. The professional apps, they're either comparable versions or, good stuff in some way, shape, or form on both OSs. Like there are the occasional hacks and various things that are kind of just way better on one than the other, but that's whatever. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, a lot of grabbing on that one. Some people still prefer Windows. You get frustrated with macOS. Look, and that's the thing. I'm not telling anyone not to use Windows. I'm saying that if games start coming out for Mac, okay. The best way to say this is it's exactly the same situation that existed with cable. Cable TV. A lot of people refuse to leave cable TV, not because they like it, but because of sports. And so sports was the thing that lasted as the eternal you're trapped in cable TV land. And then sports started coming out to other options. You started being able to watch sports through, well, just ask Curvy Mermaid. You'll get the full list of all the different things. And then at that point, obviously some people still can't switch because of, the particular sport might be limited, or there are issues with popularity. But ultimately there's a whole bunch of stuff where do we have oh damn it. Nope. Okay. Let's find another hoop I can jump through. That one way over there. I hate going all that way for hoops, but... Oh, damn. Yeah, come on. I spent maybe a little too much time on that one, but... come on. Oh. But, yeah, anyway, some people obviously actually still like cable. Now, you can make arguments all day long about why they shouldn't, but at the end of the day, some people still like cable, and they're not interested in changing. They have a sports situation they're going to stick with. That's, I'm not going to tell them to stop using cable. I mean, maybe Comcast, because, they should. But that's an ethical thing, not a well, there are many reasons they shouldn't use Comcast. But hey, if somebody wants to stick on Windows, I'm not going to tell anyone not to use Windows. I'm just saying if games started coming out for Mac, it removes one of those hurdles that kept people on Windows that didn't want to be there. You have a good valid signature. I'm not really sure what that means, but yeah, nevertheless, the point is, if it, I wouldn't have any incentive whatsoever to build a PC if game companies started coming out with game companies started coming out with their games on Mac. Because with the new M1s, evidently, performance is pretty solid. It's blowing away PCs in a lot of ways. Figures, of course, I chose the wrong path. All right, come on, let's... Oh, and the closing run. But see, wouldn't it be great if people could use whatever operating system they wanted to, and weren't being hamstrung by by the fact that uh, 2 decades ago DirectX happened, and somehow that was the thing that kept all the game developers focused entirely and specifically on Windows. Because that is really what did it. I mean, yes, Windows was more popular than PC um, for all, market share. But at the end of the day, OpenGL came out and technically should have stabilized it between both. And then that just never happened. It never worked out. It was entirely DirectX that created that scenario. And eventually Steam contributed to it because Steam wasn't available for Mac for a very, very long time. And we're taking this route. Okay. And through the wall. Let's see, anything else happen? Nope, Discord has stayed quiet. Cool, just checking. Out of curiosity, I wonder if that review I posted has done even remotely acceptable numbers. Oof. It's really getting rocked. It's not doing well. Okay. Though I was just reminded of the Twitter verification drama that is surely to ensue. It seems like Twitter hasn't really learned. Verification right now is... Dude. God, I hate the... Hey, I'm going to rush over and try to throw people off. I'm super cool. Ah, they're a tag team deal. I see. I have no idea if this is even the... There we go. Good. No idea if I was getting on the right plate, but took a gamble. Yeah, I don't understand why grabbing exists in this game. It is abused all the time, but it's not really contributing to making the game any better. It's just like a thing for trolls to do. You're almost never helping yourself when you do it. You're just screwing up somebody else. And 9 times out of 10, if you're doing it, chances are you're probably screwing yourself in the process. You're almost certainly gonna like miss your jump or team tail grab. Okay, I'm grabbing this. There, good. How is it I can be, like, actively have somebody right there and can't get their tail? Oh. Okay. We're just gonna wait for... Oh. Yeah, cool. Didn't realize it was only the very last team. Um, you're right when you say it, you get a tag team. Yeah. Yeah, and I wish you could opt out of certain games. I would happily opt out of those. I don't like tail grab, especially since it seems like it if you have lag, even the smallest amount of lag, you just absolutely get owned. I'm not sure, but I think I might also opt out of this map if I could. Because holy crap, is this ever an exercise in frustration. Oh, you jackasses, you ruined it for me. Yeah. Okay, this is... Oh, I can't believe I got that jump. What? How did I get knocked down there? Oh, I shouldn't have even jumped up on that one. Ooh, some lucky jumps. Some lucky hops. Oh, and someone's gonna hang there and just wait. Nope, I guess not. Okay. I actually got pretty lucky on that round. 12 remaining. I bet we have one more round. Or are we going to 5 now? Oh, last round. Okay. Let's see. Can I get a little luckier than the last run? Just a little bit. I only need like a 2-second, maybe even 1 second. Oh, and I'm back. No, I'm not back, but I'm... Yeah, I'm not feeling optimistic about being middle of the pack here, but... Okay, slightly edging ahead. Alright, I think I'm actually in the lead at the moment. Ooh. Ah, damn it. Nope, I don't stand a chance. Way too many people. Yep, getting hit twice just totally messed it up. This map has zero room to miss. Like, if you stumble... Oh, 6 rounds. Huh. Yeah, if you slip up even like 2 seconds, or not even 2 what am I saying, 2 seconds? If you slip up even the smallest bit, you fall behind and you're screwed. I've never seen... Well, no, I can't say that. I remember one time, I think, running up that map when it actually came out, whoever won had actually gotten hit pretty hard early on, but everyone else just got hit about equally hard, and so someone managed to get back up. But man, you do not get any room to fail on that map, and even starting in the second row usually screws you. Let's see, so... Alright, we're down to about the last 15 minutes. But, let's see, what is the plan for this week? Okay, so, as previously mentioned, I haven't decided on this yet, but there's a chance that I will do a little bit of streaming on Thursday or Friday. If I do, I'll try to give as much of a heads up as I can, but you know how it goes. That could be a bit of a, like, we'll see, like, last second. Oh, damn it. I stumbled off that dude. But, yeah, if I turn out to stream, it'll probably be something like this. You know, casual conversation plus maybe some Fall Guys or... Oh, damn it. I didn't realize that was the one that had the spinning arm. Let's see. And then what is the other? Oh, and then I may do, like I keep saying I'll do, but this time I actually mean it a little bit more. I may do a like photo editing stream, something like that. That could happen at just about any time, and might just become like a you know, sit there and listen to music and watch while I edit stuff. I don't know how anyone else feels about this, but the just sitting there watching people edit photos is like weirdly zen like to me. It's just kind of neat watching people tinker with the colors, find the right look to go with whatever they're working on. Like, to me, kind of just a neat thing to watch. No idea how other people feel about it though. Wow, seriously. I know I had a decent run on this, but it's actually surprising how long it takes this map to clear. Also, how is that dude not off the edge? But yeah, anyway, so And then, oh wait, Friday. Friday is also supposed to be sunny. There's a chance that I'll be out with the drone on Friday. We'll see. Yeah, that's a definite we'll see. But yeah, hopefully with if time allows, I'll squeeze in another stream and we'll do a little hanging out, a little bit of chit chat, some conversational antics, and the like. Alright, come on, load screen faster. You know what? After all this time, I still dislike this map. It's fun when you get far enough up to get past certain parts of it, but man, it is still such a frustrating map. Especially when people are just being irritating or running it wrong. See, now that's an example of people running it right. Everyone timed it the way they're supposed to. Okay. And no one's blocking the one and only way up, which is always nice. Okay. Oof. A lot of people up here. I don't like that. Oh, damn it. I timed that wrong. That's brutal. Those hammers are just... Oh, wait, I see. Get to the opposite. I went on the wrong side of it. If you go to the far corner, come through, and then squeeze right in between the two hammers. Yep, I see how it's done. Okay. Wish I'd realized that sooner. Hammers, man. Always the hammers. Okay. All right. Populate faster. Come on, Fall Guys, copulate. I'm an impatient YouTuber. Ooh, or maybe I will do... The other option is I could also do... Can't really answer, or can't really talk very well during this. I was going to say I could do a photo session. Live photo session would be a possibility, but it's hard to do in this office and I wouldn't be able to watch chat very well. So yeah, probably not that. Damn it! You gotta let me back on my feet at some point. Okay, we're narrowing down. We're narrowing down, and that's our door. Oh. The popular Daring Grizzly has succeeded. I wonder if all these are actually unique. Okay. It was a pretty clean run. I'm narrowly behind first place. Whoa. That was a weird rocket propulsion off the wall. And easy clear. So, does anyone else have any interesting plans for Thanksgiving? Anybody up to semantics? You going anywhere special? Any trips to islands or anything? Anybody gonna do like a Kim Kardashian and rent out a private island and bring all your friends? No for C. Saldana. Yeah, I do wonder how many people are going to be traveling and how many people are doing like big family. Whoa, cannons. I don't know how to respond to this. This is new. This is such a precarious spot to be in. Okay, wow, that's some quick. That was a very quick round. Austin, me and myself in a hotel room. Well, I would make a joke, but I mean, you already know. I was visiting that website earlier to check their payment rules. Um, and then see Saldana. Oh, looks tough. Yeah, no kidding. Um, okay. Let's. Oh, damn it. It's too far away to snipe the really good ones. Oh. Now, damn it. Good. My guy, or my teammate got there. Ah. Okay. Waiting to snipe. There's gotta be something coming. Come on now. Whoa. Man. That one almost... Oh, and I miss a gold hoop. What the hell? Seriously. Did I pick, like, the least... The least active spot in the whole map? Oh, good. Someone else got it. Yeah. Come on now. Something's got to spawn over here. Okay, well, we didn't lose, so it's all good. Man, when you just sit there waiting for something to spawn, it's like something's wrong. Give me a spawn. Normally that's one of the most active spots. But hey, Austin, think of the decent side, at least you know, opportunity to catch up on movies or something. There have been a few decent releases this year. Oh my god, I fell down. If that's what ends up costing me this run. I feel like I'm not even going to see the crown. Yep. Called it. Did not even see the crown. Okay, well, it's 7. Feel like I don't feel like I'm gonna get any closer than I've gotten tonight. The luck has really not been on my side. Oh, but let's quickly check. Any chance that we... Wait, what is... Okay. Any colors that we want? Or groundskeeper doesn't look that special. The T-Rex legs, meh. Dove legs. Pineapple top. You know, yeah, maybe not. The rainbow water can. Hmm. I don't like it with the bottom though. Mm, yeah, not digging any of this stuff. Hmm. Okay. Well, with that, I think this is the night. But thanks to everybody for coming by, joining, being part of the conversation, hanging out, giving me your thoughts, opinions, occasionally arguing with me and telling me I am very, very wrong, which I appreciate. Because being told you're wrong is usually the best way to find out whether you're actually right or wrong. But anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Don't stay out too late. Do not, under any circumstance, try candy from strangers. And may I advise you, if somebody asks you to sign a petition, direct them to change.org and tell them they're wasting their time either way. They might as well do it from the safety of their own home. But seriously, have a good night, everyone. I hope you all do well, and I will see you for sure Saturday, most likely, probably some night between now and then, or someday. We'll see how it goes, but it'll be something. Anyway, with that, good night, everybody.